Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And I feel like really naked right now. One, because I am. Two, because I'm on StreamYard. I will be joined soon by my guest, Robert Barnes. I gave him the link really late because I was basically unconscious. So I was asleep and gave him the link really late. So he will be hopefully joining momentarily. Oh, there he is. Without further ado, let me add the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Robert Barnes.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good, man. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for coming on. Sorry, I sent you the link like way late.
No problem.
Oh, so how's it going tonight?
Good. Pretty good. I had Alex on yesterday, so that was fun. That's always a blast. Viva sitting there, I spent 10 years building up this YouTube channel. Please, God, don't get me banned. Please, God, don't get me banned. In his sort of nice guy, a little bit neurotic, personality, but he had fun with it. Everything went well. It's actually monetized. YouTube has not been, Alex Jones still makes them a lot of money. So
right.
So they're not willing, they're willing to shut him off, but they're not really willing to fully shut down the conversation. So, but it was a lot of fun. It was, Alex being Alex, but the more public intellectual side of him that people don't often get to see.
Yeah, I did not get to watch all of it because I was driving all over the place today. But I was watching. It was a great interview from what I saw. I was going to ask you specifically how many nervous breakdowns Viva had. Because there was some of the time, there's one time where Alex is just going and he's like a snowball going downhill. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm ranting, and he's going and I could just see Viva like, please to stop.
Yeah, he's trying to interject, just a few questions, but Jones was off and running, ready to go, which is the best version of Jones in my view. When Jones is rocking and rolling, that's the best Alex. So, but yeah, I mean, he had fun. There was some people in the chat, whatnot, that were, you get the haters and you get the lovers. The people that really support him don't want any skeptical questions or anything. But that Viva wouldn't be Viva if he just didn't say, here's some criticisms, here's some ideas. And I think he, Viva really thinks that Alex provides a useful voice in the public discussion, and thinks that Jones would be more effective if he presented a certain way. My own view is Jones. He's always going to be Jones. And so but he was in good spirits, did, great presentation. And he was generous with his time because he was, he wakes up early. He's a 5 a.m. guy. So by 6, 7 o'clock at night, he's usually sort of hitting the wall. He's, going to bed by 9 or 10. So but he was in good spirits and it was fun.
Yeah, I think I fully agree. Jones is best being him in his pure distilled eccentricity, I guess, because he's just he brings that energy and the charisma, and it is raw charisma. No one can deny that Alex Jones can bring a bunch of people in and entertain them. You don't have to agree with what he thinks or what he says or what he presents. Although I liked a lot of what he was saying about a lot of the things he says gets misrepresented, because he'll bring ideas to a table and just say, look, these are possibilities. These are realities that we have to consider. And then people are like, well, Alex Jones automatically believes all of this 100%. He's like, I'm just questioning the narrative. And I thought that was really good. And like I said, what I saw, the interview was great. I'll be finishing it later for sure.
And I think people often don't, like when he does something sarcastic or tongue-in-cheek, like his "I'm going to eat my neighbor's" routine, which I actually may have given him the idea for, because I had gone down there with my son the week before to talk to him about some legal matters and some other things. And I told him that, I was joking with my son in Vegas when the whole pandemic started. I was like, we need to start looking around the neighborhood, see who we have to take out in case of emergency if this really goes sideways, spot who's weak and vulnerable. who we can get which resources from. And I was just having fun with it. And it clearly the idea planted in Alex's head. And he's like, that would be a funny rant. And it was a classic Jones rant. And of course, he's being sardonic. He's making a point with his hyperbole, the underlying reality that we could live in a world where you have to eye your neighbor to feed themselves if we completely shut down civil society and the economy. But he was obviously making it with hyperbole, classic drama. He did that to me live once, where he was talking about the grooming gangs in London and in UK. Yeah. And he was sitting there talking to me, and he did it with a straight face because he can do this totally straight. And we were live, and he was sitting there talking to me. He goes, well, you know what they did with the girls later? I was like, no. He goes, they chopped them up and fed them as kebabs on the street. That's where those bazaars come from. And I was looking at him, I was like, I don't think that. And I was like, oh man, he's just having fun. He's just, see if Barnes goes along with this. That's he just has fun with it. At the same time, he can stay heavily invested in it. Irony is, if they hadn't launched this legal warfare against him, he may have stepped back for a little while, or maybe even retired, because he had kind of hit the wall after 2016. He had been going balls to the wall for a quarter century. But because they came after him, that changed his approach. So ironically, it's his critics that have kept him alive.
Oh yeah. He was saying on the interview, they built me up because I had to be a bigger monster. And so they built me up, and it backfired because now his audience is bigger than ever. I mean,
the way he put it, classic visual language. They had made him into radioactive Godzilla, and they keep nuking him, not understanding the effect of that.
Yeah, and he is removed from the major social media channels. You can't find him on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube or anything like that. However, he was at that perfect break point where AlexJonesLive.com or whatever could launch into the stratosphere and support and still grow an audience. And he has the fortune of being so dang interesting that people will clip his stuff and throw it all over. And that's just advertisement for his show. So he keeps bringing people in. But I like the guy. I'd love to talk to him someday. I'd love to go hang out with the guy someday. One of my viewers got to meet up with him down in Austin, Texas one time. He was doing a thing at Lake Travis, and so there's just pictures of them hanging out in the lake and stuff like that. And
he's very nice. I mean, he's a nice guy in general. That's one of the, like, you compare to most celebrities I've been around or worked with. This does not include Wesley Snipes, not that, but other individuals in the celebrity Hollywood world. They treat people badly, particularly those that don't have power or status or that they can't get anything from. Jones is just the opposite. I mean, there's a reason why 25 years, hundreds and hundreds of employees, a lot of sharks that would love to sue Alex Jones just to sue Alex Jones, and no employee has ever sued him. And that's because he treats people very well, and he treats random strangers very well. I mean, he was very generous with me. He brought me out to his lake house with a bunch of buddies for July 4th. Got to do it, old school style, and just he's a kid at heart in many respects, loves to have fun, was chasing around fireworks. He was trying to convince me to put off some fireworks. And I kept telling him, that's not, I might end up burning down the house. I finally had to tell him, these are things I'm not good at. I'm good up in the clouds. The material world's not my world. I once lit myself on fire trying to light a cigar. I didn't realize it until I was like, oh, wow, I'm on fire. So luckily that sweater was pretty flame retardant. But he's just a very generous, gentle individual. It's why Joe Rogan swears by him, because he knows him personally, has known him personally for 25 years, and knows he's just a very nice, sweethearted guy.
Yeah, and that to me, that's always come through. Like, despite the media portrayals, all I see is a guy with an opinion someone might disagree with, and if that disqualifies someone from existence, then, half my family, well, way more than that, can't be around. So for me, he seems like a good guy, and seems much maligned. And I wish him all the success in the world as he does continue. And I think we need voices like him. I think we need guys who tread on the edge. Obviously, that's something I'm biggest supporter of. But tonight we are here to talk about a different thing. And I bought a very special whiskey for tonight.
Oh, really?
Check this out. Rittenhouse.
Oh, I didn't know there was a Rittenhouse. I should have known there was a Rittenhouse rye. That's fascinating. That's great.
Yeah, it's It's not the most expensive rye, but it's actually, I've had it before. It's very good. It's very
excellent.
Good. So
well, I have a, well, mine's just Hardy. It's a, they did like a 40-year combined cognac selection. So I had to go with that.
Sounds good. Cheers.
Cheers. In Russia, you have to look someone in the eye when you cheer them, or it's considered bad luck. They have all these superstitions in Russia that were fascinating. And I got stuck doing that for years because I just got paranoid of they had these one superstition that one of the Russians told me came true. And so then I became like Russian superstitious for like several years.
Okay, here, let me do it again then, but
there you go.
Penetrating glare or gaze. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, so we are here to talk Kyle Rittenhouse. And then I also have us down for some other political prosecutions, because there's a couple of them going on right now that I think are kind of important to talk about. Obviously, some of the the January 6th Capitol protesters, whether you agree with their activities or not, whether you agree with their ultimate message, and there's some dispute over what they may have been individually attempting to do. We've got some disproportionate prosecutorial strategies going on here against these guys. They're being held without bail in many cases. I just saw one guy today. He referred to, or he sent a profane message to his probation officer. So that means that his bail has been revoked. It's like, wait a minute. This is a probation officer. They deal with profane messages all day. Just have any drug dealer, right? Who's awaiting trial, and have them get a late call in the morning for a random drug test, and you're going to get a profane message to the probation officer. This is nothing new under the sun. And this guy, because he's a Capitol protester, he gets his bail entirely revoked. But he's one of the lucky ones who even had the opportunity to have bail. The QAnon shaman, of course, is being held without bail of any kind. And at the end of the day, almost all these charges are basically trespassing charges. And we're talking about people who are murderers, people who are child abusers. They get bail all the time, but not these guys. So there's that I'd like to talk with you about. And the other one, and this is a little bit different, and we might have some, you might have some interesting opinions on, are Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood facing their disbarment potential in Michigan. Being disbarred from the Central District of Michigan and then referred back to their home states. I'm kind of curious of your position on how those sanctions are playing out. But I'd like to start with Kyle if we can.
Sure.
If that works. Because
yeah, absolutely.
So with Kyle Rittenhouse, obviously I hope everybody in the chat by now knows who Kyle Rittenhouse is. But if you don't, he is the kid. He was a kid at the time, 17. Now he's 18 or closing in on 19, I think, who was in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after Jacob Blake was shot by police officers, a shooting that was later deemed to be entirely justified, and one I would agree with. He had just been Jacob Blake had just been in an altercation with police, had a knife, refused lawful orders, tried to enter a vehicle that was not his with children in it that he did not have a right to take with him, and police officers ended up firing and striking him several times. He lived through that, but I believe is permanently paralyzed. During the protests that followed that shooting, Kyle Rittenhouse was in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where he worked. A lot of people don't understand that's where he had his job, and had been working in the community the day before, cleaning up graffiti and trying to get the town in some semblance of order. He decided to go with a friend to the protests that night, although he was at a private lot. I think some sort of used car lot. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so he's at a used car lot. Ostensibly, there was some people preventing basically the used car lot getting vandalized, cars getting torched and destroyed and stuff like that. And then in the process of that, 4 different assailants come after Kyle, he shoots 3 of them, killing 2 and removing the bicep of a third one. And I will call them assailants because to me, that is what they are. I've reviewed the video several times. I do not see anywhere where Kyle is the aggressor in any situation. And the entire time he is retreating, he is armed with an AR-15. And this is where I want to get to the first question. And I think I asked you about this before, but Kyle is charged with carrying a rifle as a minor illegally. And I've read through the statute, and the way I read it, I don't think he should be charged, much less convicted of this crime. So can we talk about that crime specifically a little bit? Sure. Or maybe we should introduce your role in this case. I'm jumping way out of order here. He originally had hired Lynn Wood and a guy named John Pierce. I believe Lynn Wood brought John Pierce on to handle the money aspect of the fundraising for Kyle's defense. They had to raise $2 million of bail, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was some falling out that has occurred. And now you have been brought on the team along with different defense attorneys. Can you explain your role in Kyle's case?
Sure. So I handle all of everything in the court of public opinion and any civil matters that arise, anything related to fundraising, all the rest. So I'm his representative in the court of public opinion. And at the trial, my role is yet to be determined. So my anticipation is that my primary role will be in jury selection, but our legal team is preparing for any role that's necessary in terms of reviewing the evidence and being prepared on that aspect as well. And I've put together a good advisory team of experts, investigators, and other defense lawyers who are willing to contribute and help out and give advice, because he needs a dream team of advice to give him the best, most robust defense. And I've got people that are willing, because I'm vouching for it myself, willing to basically donate their time. They may get compensated down the road if there's sources of revenue, but most of them are, none of them are getting paid now, and some of them may never get paid. And they're willing to do that because they understand the significance of the case and because they trust me. So mostly it's court of public opinion now. Once I make an appearance in court, there are certain limitations that come with what I can say and not say. Right. So I won't be making that appearance, if at all, until very late. I can play a jury selection role without having to make an official appearance, but I'll wait for time. His trial is scheduled for November. There are certain motions that have been filed that will be heard in September, but that's where it stands currently.
Now, if I may ask, because I don't have Wisconsin, I don't think has a public access to documents that's as simple as some other states, or do they? Am I wrong?
They do through the CCAP system, Circuit Court Access Program. Wisconsin was one of the first places to go online, actually, to have a lot of records available online. So I mean, that's how Robert Grueller, Watching the Watchers, that's how he gets all the records. He just goes right to the public website and downloads.
Wow.
So you can get, right on your issue, there's a motion to dismiss, but that's been filed by the defense on that precise question, arguing that legally, because a different judge had ruled on it previously than this judge has not ruled on the question of whether or not, as you've identified, the statute applies to him in the way that they're trying to do so.
Right. So with that, the statute reads basically that a person under the age of 18 is not allowed to possess a quote unquote dangerous weapon. But then when you get down to subsection 3C, the statute says that this section does not apply to someone who is in possession of a rifle or a shotgun unless it violates a particular other section, which refers to short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns, or a violation of one of 2 hunting statutes, one of which applies to children under 16. And the other one is basically a hunting licensure requirement, which would require the completion of some sort of training program endorsed by the state to allow for hunting licensure. And so the way I read that, Kyle Rittenhouse has no requirement for hunting licensure because he's not tagging deer. He has no obligation to go out and proactively procure a license for an activity that he's not engaged in. And therefore the statute doesn't apply to him because he's not doing that activity. Is that a similar read to what you get?
Yes, and that's the grounds of the motion to dismiss. The other thing that informs this is Wisconsin's history and with that statute. And so Wisconsin, historically, the main mechanism that people out on the farm or rural areas defended themselves were with rifles. And so the goal was not to target that method of self-defense. And they knew that, older teenage boys often had responsibilities of defending the farm, if you will, and that their target was handguns in urban areas, frankly. And they didn't want juvenile gang members to have a legal right to have handguns in Milwaukee. They don't talk about this politically, but that was really where the target was. And so it always made sense that they meant to carve out older teenage boys with rifles out in rural areas. And so so in my view, the statute doesn't apply. Secondly, particularly when the rule of lenity, I mean, this is a criminal prosecution. The rule of lenity requires a law to be interpreted in the most aggressive way against the state and the most favorable way for the defendant, called the rule of lenity for the defendant. And in my view, when you apply that rule of lenity, then if there's any plausible argument that we're right about the interpretation of the law, that's what has to be applied in the criminal context. This isn't a civil ticket or anything like that. And then last but not least, I believe, based on that's further reinforced by the Fourth Circuit this week, I have problems. If my view is simple, if you can get drafted, then you have a Second Amendment right to bear arms. And that applies to 17-year-olds in the United States. So 17-year-olds can be drafted under federal law. So as long as if 17-year-olds can be drafted, then 17-year-olds should have a Second Amendment right, extending the same logic the Fourth Circuit just applied for 18-year-olds. And so that also further informs my view of why that charge should be dismissed, because it's the only charge. It's an almost quasi-strict liability charge. It's the only charge poses the real risk to Kyle as a minor sentencing exposure, but it's the hardest to defend. The other ones are straightforward self-defense cases.
Right. And the Fourth Circuit just had a ruling this week that you referenced, and that was that basically the Second Amendment doesn't start when you hit 21. Now, that was in the decision, it was a basic decision between 18 to 21 for the purchases of handguns, or 18 to 20, I should say, for the purchase of handguns. But that doesn't mean that the Second Amendment is limited and starts at 18 either. That's just the issue that was before the court. So the drafting issue is very interesting because, of course, if you go through DC versus Heller and Scalia's opinion, you get a very in-depth analysis that takes into strong account something that most people want to ignore from the Second Amendment because it's clunky and it makes the amendment a mess. But that's the opening clause about the militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The militia at the time of the founding would have been any able-bodied man, I believe 14 to 45 or something like that. So you've got really a broader range than what we're accustomed to now being sort of encompassed in this idea of firearm possession. And I think your point about Wisconsin being wanting to target handguns in Milwaukee, am I right? It was like the 70s or the 80s. They revised the law to specifically make a distinction in there and to pull those long barrel rifle and shotguns out of it after they had passed that law. Cause they were like, wait a minute. We're getting the wrong people here. we want these handguns, this handgun problem to be addressed. And of course, that goes along with statistics that have been brought up in some of these cases, like the Ninth Circuit case out in California, or it's now a Ninth Circuit case where the assault weapons ban, where the guy's like, rifle deaths don't even add up to hands and feet. So rifles are not a big problem overall with crime nationwide. So I think, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. That is the hardest one to defend. The other stuff is straight up self-defense. The other charges all revolve around intentional homicide and then reckless, I guess, sort of a reckless firearms discharge, and then also the assault and battery of Gaige Grosskreutz or whatever. What do you think about the idea that this guy was approaching Kyle with his hands up, purporting to offer aid, and then at the last minute pulls the gun? I mean, I make the analogy that if that were a U.S. soldier doing that in wartime, that could actually be interpreted as a war crime. You're not allowed to offer a false surrender and then and then pull a gun. But
and this that particular genius was the one who went on video and explained that his goal was to kill Kyle, and that he was trying to trick him to kill him. So it's not like there's any doubt about what this guy was up to.
And he expressed regret, I believe, in that video that he did not accomplish his goal.
Right.
So what does that amount to a? I mean, obviously, I think the prosecutorial side, they're going to argue that that's not admissible because it's a post situational statement by someone who's injecting the aftermath of the situation into it. But that
they're going to call him to the stand, so that statement's going to come in. Right, it impeaches his credibility if he says anything differently.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. They basically have to call him to the stand to support the case, because I don't know what other witnesses they've identified from the video, but he's one of the main victims, and he's almost undoubtedly going to be called.
They don't have any credible witnesses. I have reason to believe that they've been trolling for witnesses that will lie and fabricate evidence. So that's because so many of the rioters there that night had are anti-Kyle and had a certain political position, and regret that Kyle interrupted their ability to burn as much as they wanted to burn, destroy as much as they want to destroy. And I think the people, it wasn't just the people assaulting him directly. He was being assaulted by a group. I mean, there were people following that were shooting guns in the air to make him think he was being shot at. That was their goal and their intention. And they were trying to create that scene. And I think if he had not been there that night, there would have been a lot more mayhem. I think more people would have definitely died. I think there would have been more real victims, not people trying to create criminal context behavior. I mean, like the first person who tried to grab the gun ended up getting shot while he was trying to grab Kyle's gun, who put all this into motion while his friends were following behind him, shooting guns in the air, and this guy was throwing stuff at Kyle. And only got shot when he was grabbing the gun. This has been detailed by the Daily Caller freelance reporter who was there, videotaped. It's going to be a key witness in the case, and he's going to be a key defense witness for the case. I think the prosecution will be too scared to call him, and yet he's the primary independent witness in the case. But he debunks all of their theories. And that guy who had just been let out and was on suicide watch. So he was really there's the old statement, suicide by cop. This guy was looking to die. And I mean, of course, he had a very dark criminal history. I mean,
awful
child rape. I mean, other things are, just horrendous. So it gives you an idea of the mindset. It was his dad, I believe, that was flipping off the judge during one of the hearings. I mean, so that's who the prosecutors are vouching for.
Yeah, which is great. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't most of the criminal complaint actually written based on the account from the Daily Caller reporter as well?
Yes. And that's why you read it and you're like, why in the world is Kyle Rittenhouse being charged? This is the most self-evident self-defense case maybe ever. And that's the more disturbing aspect. If they can criminally convict Kyle Rittenhouse, self-defense is dead in America. And I believe that's the political objective. These are very politicized prosecutors who have chosen to pursue this case. They've repeatedly used the court proceedings to lie and libel Kyle, knowing that those statements can then get repeated by the press, and we can't sue anybody because they're court statements. Can't sue the prosecutors because they're immune. Can't sue the media because they're just repeating what's in the court filing, and they do it deliberately. Knowingly false statement after knowingly false statement after knowingly false statement. And the reality is prosecutors almost never get disciplined. Now, this judge has refused to go along with the remedy they've requested because he recognized what they're doing, but it hasn't stopped them from doing it. I mean, they just did it again recently. They filed a bunch of nonsense about, some teenage, some basic dispute with him and that he got involved in with his sister that has absolutely nothing to do with this, where he was defending his sister against someone else. And then trying to bring in Proud Boys that he had nothing to do with, lying again about the OK sign. I don't know if you saw that crazy case in Orlando that there's they are now suing the Despicable Me character from Disney World because he did the OK sign with some multiracial kids. And they're saying some $1 million suit because their kids had no idea the OK sign was I mean, it's amazing. The 4chan hoax has now become this media reality in their imaginary world. I mean, I was talking to GQ reporter who's doing a story on this several months ago, and he actually initially told me that. He goes, "Oh, well, wasn't that a white power sign?" I was like, "Don't tell me you're stupid enough to believe the OK sign." I yelled at him for 2 minutes. He, of course, pulled that out of the article, but I think he originally really believed it. I was like, "My God, how can you be that dumb?" Barack Obama, Beyonce, Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson.
I can't think of anyone I know that hasn't done this at some point in their life, because
it's like, okay. It's
right.
an emoji on your phone. It's an emoji on Twitter.
Well, to be fair,
AOC has flashed it repeatedly.
To be fair, the white supremacists have deeply infiltrated big tech and snuck that emoji, and no one noticed it.
Exactly.
And the real trick that they did was they allowed you to change the skin tone so you wouldn't get caught. That's it. Now we've got the emojis in the chat. Oh no, it's a white power stream. No. But no, that's great that they're suing. I fully support them suing the minion. I hope they're suing that guy in his individual capacity.
I believe they are. They're suing. And that's not Disney. They're suing Universal Studios and that character. Who, by the way, it appears he got fired. He may have got fired over this.
Oh my God!
The timing of the photo is close to the time when he was fired without anybody knowing why.
Yeah, that would explain it, right? Some sort of threat comes in, like someone gets alerted and they go, "Oh my God, we got to sever ties with this guy before we're going to get wrapped into a lawsuit, but we got to make it clear that we don't endorse this." And, it is one of the most idiotic things, but at the same time, I have to sit back and marvel at 4chan for successfully memeing this into existence. Like we deserve what we get as a society, and 4chan sometimes delivers it to us directly.
No doubt.
But
because I've established that making that false allegation is libel. I represented Cassandra Fairbanks, who was, when she went to the White House, she did that sign from the media pulpit, if you will.
Right.
And a reporter for then Emma Roller falsely accused her because she bought into the hoax. She actually retweeted the hoax from 4chan where they pretended to be ADL, saying that this was a secret racist white power sign. And so she attacked Cassandra Fairbanks, who's part Puerto Rican, on this.
Right.
And so I sued. And the court agreed that saying someone is flashing the OK sign is a white power gesture is itself libel and defamation. And I reminded the reporter of this when I was talking to him, probably why that part of the story disappeared. All of a sudden, a lot of that went out of the press. And the only reason Fairbanks didn't win is because when she was being attacked, there were some people like, "Oh, you tricked them and trolled them into attacking you." And she was trying to defend her reputation. And so in defending her reputation, she went along with that. And the judge, who was a Trump appointee, who was unfortunately not the brightest bulb on the block, which is an understatement, sadly. Trump's appointees are split. Some are great. Some are really not so great. He took his facts from the internet. He even said that. I was like, man, I used to be a bad meme. And I got a federal judge taking his facts from the internet and said that, Cassandra Fairbanks had trolled this reporter so that you couldn't prove actual malice. And so we didn't get to go forward in the case. But it did establish that important legal precedent that saying somebody that's falsely accused of saying this is a white power gesture, that's a statement of fact. That's no longer like accusing someone of racist, which is, totally too vague to be sued for libel. If somebody says that false about you, you can sue based on that precedent.
Yeah, and that's similar to the bakery case, right? The college bakery, I can't remember the name, down in the Southeast. They had
I was thinking, I thought that was like Oberlin. I thought they were up north.
Yeah, Oberlin College. Is that north? I don't even know.
I think that's either Iowa. It's one of those states. I forget. Yeah, Oberlin was on my college list, so I should have remembered. It was on my initial, you go through your college list and you start out. Your guidance counselor says, start off. I was a scholarship student at a private school, so you have the 25, and then you go to 10, and then they say you apply to 5 and all that. The Oberlin was initially on that list because I thought of it as that was back when lefty was cool. That was back when lefties were the civil libertarians fighting the man, fighting the state, fighting the government, exposing the deep state. Started with I think it was Peter Scott, as a left-wing idea to understand this institutional corrupt power. Now they're all just a bunch of wokesters, which is pitiful. But yeah, it's exactly like the bakery case.
Yeah, because in the bakery case, they called the bakery racist, which the judge basically said, "Yeah, I mean, that's an opinion. It's too vague to be a fact." However, what one of the publications said was they have a history of racist actions, and so once they've done that, they've established that, okay, well, if there's a history of racist actions, then we can establish a historical record of racist actions. If you can't do that, sorry, you lose. And that's why they ended up losing. So that's great to hear about the okay sign. This is a tangent, but what do you think about Gorsuch and Thomas saying we need to revisit New York Times versus Sullivan?
I disagree with them on it. I understand why they're expressing their disapproval of the institutional media becoming this oligarchic presence that is now politically targeting and using its superior power and superior platform to libel people on a routine and regular basis of a different political belief system. And that's what I think that reflects. But the reality is, how is that likely to translate? If we get rid of actual malice as a standard, does anybody think the New York Times is suddenly going to be held responsible? Or is that going to be is it going to be the Alex Joneses of the world that now don't have that defense? And so I think it will be weaponized to disfavor dissident groups. So right now, that protection is an important protection for small actors as much as it is big actors. And I think that I prefer that, because the way that world, it's like my view of campaign finance. I tell people, look, the corrupt people are always going to cheat. So I'm not for any of these rules, because these rules just entrap the innocent, the naive, the unwary. They're not going to discipline the others. They're going to hurt the people that they're supposedly going to protect, while they help the corrupt have a monopoly on the corruption. And so that's my instinct. I understand where they're coming from, and I think it's an important shot across the bow at institutional media and assigned other judges to hold the big media to the feet to the fire. But, it's like they're already making crazy case law against Alex Jones. Now I plan on using some of that, if that remains the case law, against some other media people. Texas is now an open place to sue in my book, until they correct that. Now watch them come back and say, oh, now the Alex Jones case has passed. That was actually always bad law, but he's already been screwed. So, we can correct it now, because it was ludicrous. I mean, for people who don't know, he's being sued by almost everyone suing him. He's never talked about in his life. He's never mentioned them by name ever. And they said, as long as they're part of a group that's connected to somebody that feels offended by what he said, they now have libel and intentional infliction of emotional distress claims, which is a very dangerous legal doctrine.
Right. Very, very insane. That whole, the whole case involving Newtown and Alex Jones, it has gone way too far. Yep. The fact that they were able to bring this case into Connecticut is a miscarriage of justice itself. And bring it in Texas.
And they're brave. I mean, like, he was subject to record-setting invasive discovery that no anti-SLAPP defendant has ever been subjected to one-sided sanctions by politicized judges with an obvious prejudice. In Connecticut, they wouldn't even allow him to bring his claim based on a summary hearing where he wasn't even afforded basic due process based on his public statements on his own channel. And so the U.S. Supreme Court should have handled it. They didn't. They passed on it because they're all wusses up there these days. Thanks in part, unfortunately, to Trump taking the bait on a couple of nominees that now he himself is complaining about. So whenever I rip Trump, I get people that come back at me and I'm like, you don't have to take my word for it. Listen to what Donald Trump says about his own appointees.
Yeah, on some of the, they've come through on some good rulings on some certain key issues. Interestingly, though, they're largely issues that Roberts and his court have been strong on from his inception, which is free speech, establishment clause stuff. He's been very good on those. And that trend is continuing. What Trump needed and wanted out of his nominees were people who would go in, and he wanted to build up four justices to take on some of the hard cases. And then we've got only one.
He had a perfect chance to make Thomas the lead of the court, because he got to put three other justices on with Thomas and Alito, and he could have had Thomas be the guiding. It could have been the Thomas court. And that's why they were committed to making sure he never did that. I don't begrudge him Kavanaugh, because Kennedy made it clear that he would not step down unless Kavanaugh was appointed. But my thinking was, as soon as Kavanaugh got into trouble politically, it's like, let him burn. Then it's not your fault. Kennedy's already announced his resignation. Then you can put a real person in there. This is what they did to Bork. Just do a reverse. Hey, they borked Kavanaugh. Sorry, I got to put somebody twice as good on the bench. And so but he didn't. But Barrett was, in my view, inexcusable. That was just a terrible, terrible pick. But the entire conservative media establishment would scream at anybody who raised any questions about Barrett.
Yeah, you were openly opposed to her from the very get-go. And I think largely your criticisms have proven out to be true. I mean, there's no doubt she's a very smart lady who's very well read on the law, and in her sort of judicial lane, she's consistent. But it's not the judicial lane that people wanted. It's certainly not the judicial lane that Trump wanted.
It's now the Roberts court, who he was,
right.
In 2016, he bashed everybody else for putting Roberts on the bench. He attacked anybody who voted for Roberts, said we don't need another Roberts on the bench. And then he went and created the Roberts Supreme Court.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch develop. I'm curious what they're going to do, because I feel like the court is very politically conscious these days. They pretend that they're not, but they very much are.
Especially a Roberts court. A Roberts court may be the most political court since the Warren court.
And we found that out really early on too, because we found it. I would say the Obamacare decision was the big emblematic decision there, where he clearly makes a conscious decision to embrace the media narrative on Obamacare. He says, look, I'm not here. The court is not here to save you from your voting decisions. However, let me go ahead and preserve the Commerce Clause in this section. We'll limit it a little bit here. And we're going to throw in this weird tax and spend power that suddenly just became, well, if a government's saying they're taxing, then they can literally do whatever they want. They can compel any activity as long as it's a tax. And I'm like, no, that's the farthest away from what we want. I don't want the government to make me pay for their decisions, but that's what Roberts basically did with that, and it's an insane sort of decision. But let me bring it back to Kyle here. Thank you for indulging the tangent. There's going to be more coming up, but you mentioned that you've built kind of a dream team of lawyers, and that's what Kyle needs. I agree fully. He has. In the same way to Derek Chauvin, he has a massive politicized opposition coming from the prosecution, with the full faith and credit of the state going into this thing. Is that this? I guess this is less about Kyle, but is that a criticism that you have of Eric Nelson and his conduction of the Chauvin defense, or is that what you kind of were able to extract from that, and you say, okay, I need to build a bigger team than one guy with one assistant? Can you talk about how that's played into those decisions?
Sure. So I've always felt two things. One is if you can get a dream team, get a dream team. Now, for lawyers, it can be tricky because you have egos and you have, things that can clash and different levels of trust and all those problems that can occur. But it was clear from the get-go that there were a lot of people who have a certain set of skills particularly in the self-defense space, the criminal space, and politicized case space, that are from all over the country. They don't have to be from Wisconsin to know how to do these cases. And so I always thought was critical and essential, because of the people just assumed, hey, look, it's obvious this kid is innocent, so that's all that matters. And a lot of lawyers think like Eric Nelson. They think if I do a really good job, they spend all their time preparing cross-examination and fighting over jury instructions. These things just don't matter 90% of the time. You win or lose with the jury. And if that jury comes in so contaminated against your client, then you're dead. And that's the second aspect of this. So one was a dream team aspect. Use tons of people that are investigators, and anybody out there, you can, go to my law firm site, send in the contact page. It all comes to me. And if you want to help and contribute, because we're putting together a group of people, because you're talking about a massive amount of evidence, videotapes, there are all kinds of social media. And the great temptation of the prosecution is to try to find somebody to fabricate a story, somebody who was there that night, who can say something that the tape evidence will refute, or that their history will refute. So it's being prepared at every single level. And the second aspect is you have to defend this case aggressively in the court of public opinion. There's a reason why the prosecutors keep finding lame pretext to lie about Kyle. Like, they weren't really going to, they knew they couldn't revoke his bail. That was a complete garbage argument. That judge was never going to grant that. So why did they file multiple motions on it? To completely defame and destroy Kyle's reputation in the Kenosha community. In the broader public opinion, because they want him as isolated as possible. They want big tech to deplatform anybody who tries to fundraise for him or even talk about him. They've already done that in multiple contexts. They went after Mark Dice. Of course, you've seen people get fired because they were outed as donors to Kyle Rittenhouse. So the Free Kyle USA, by the way, is the site that's where and they have ways that now the donor information is much more protected, completely protected. So some of that earlier stuff was because people used their own company email. So it wasn't because anybody doxed his donor list. It was because that information came from, he used his company email, which was rather dumb. And then there were people who attacked prior donor groups that are not part of the current donor groups. And so, but yeah, I mean, and you have to defend you. That's what Eric Nelson didn't understand. He lost that case before he walked into court. He did as good a defense in court, 90% of it, as you could do. There was 10% better he could have done, could have had a much better use of force witness, could have done a few other things better. But otherwise, I would say that was a top 1% criminal defense in America, his in-courtroom presentation.
His, like you mentioned specifically, prep for cross. His cross exam was brutal. It was surgical. It was very, very good. Anybody watching that goes, okay, he just took that witness and cut them apart on stand. He did exactly what you want to do. The only thing he didn't do is make any of them cry, which is a really hard thing to do when you've got younger and female witnesses, because that's a great defense for them, and it plays really well with the juries to start crying. But
he did a good job of not even crossing some of those witnesses. Some of those victim witnesses, he skipped. There's a temptation of defense lawyers to try to make one more point, or just to make any point, or just to grandstand sometimes. And it can often backfire. He knew who to stay away from, who to focus on, who to highlight. The problem was it never mattered because he had lost in the court of public opinion. So his big mistakes were not arguing in the court of public opinion, like some of the other cops have been arguing in the court of public opinion, which is smart. And they need to accelerate that. Though that ship may have partially sailed by now. But that was my argument and not only argue in the court of public opinion, but you need to argue effectively in the court of public opinion. So one of the things that Kyle was burdened by early on was that you have a complete lunatic in Lynn Wood. You know, there's that meme of me and Viva walking Lynn in like, with a straitjacket. And that turned out absolutely prescient. I took so much crap from all the Lynn Woodites. If you're still defending Lynn Wood out there, God bless you. Jim Jones is coming with some fruit punch for you. But the next aspect of John Pierce. I mean, this guy is the Michael Avenatti of the right. Total grifter, total fraudster. And he did severe harm. Like I've been getting pushback from some people that have been promoting him. Cassandra Fairbanks got so mad she blocked me on Twitter. I gave her 6 figures worth of, that's what you get for giving 6 figures worth of free legal services.
Who even
you get
cares?
A thanks by that. Now I know why she's agitated at me, but it's because she owes an apology to Wendy Rittenhouse, and so does her boyfriend, and others who have continued to promote and propagate this. It's so sad to watch. To see it happen in the election context, and then see it happen again in the Rittenhouse context, and now seeing it happen to January 6th defendants, where, all John Pierce did, and I knew of his reputation in LA before any of this. He had a worse reputation than Michael Avenatti. And I was one of the first people outing Michael Avenatti, for which I got a lot of crap from the institutional media about. But, I'm not hearing from them now. I mean, Vanity Fair even wrote a hit piece. It's just like, Barnes just making up these allegations. I came out of nowhere. Yeah, keep preaching, brother. But John Pierce is worse. He is the mentally disadvantaged version of Michael Avenatti, and he did severe damage. Kyle has no connections to any militia group ever. He has no connections. I mean, he has multiracial family members. There's not a racist bone in the kid's body. I guarantee you, if they could have found any, they did a colonoscopic level review of his social media, of his phone, of every communication he's ever made, and they couldn't find one single thing to criticize him for. And this dimwit John Pierce is running around talking about militias and insurrection and it's revolution and it's Bunker Hill. Did severe. He's the one who brought the Proud Boys into the picture. Kyle had no idea who these people are. It's just, hey, here's some of my security people. Okay. Hey, Kyle, take a photo with us. Okay. Here, hey, Kyle, wear this T-shirt. Okay. You know, I mean, he's a kid from a poor family. That's the other thing that agitated me about this case. Aside from the big public policy where they want to end self-defense in America and be monopolized by the state, instead prosecution is so agitated because this is the kind of poor kid they walk over every single day in court. And they thought, this is a dirt poor family. We're going to walk all over them. And, this is someone whose mom spends 80 hours pulling double shifts as a nurse. And even though they knew all the allegations against Kyle were false, they were willing to fabricate evidence, willing to falsify claims, willing to libel him through the court proceedings. And they thought they would get away with it with a ridiculous bail amount. Wisconsin's pure cash bail. So $2 million means $2 million, not $200,000. And they thought, we're going to crush this kid, put that kid in the Kenosha County jail, and we'll get bogus people to claim that they heard him tell a story. He may not even survive when he's in there because they tried to make him part of this white militia kind of mindset. And so that's the other trigger for me. I was like, they're just trying to crush a poor family because they're poor. And I'm going to remember this prosecutor for a long time. And so after this case is done, I'm just going to remember a lot of these people. So let's put it that way.
And you have a mind like a steel trap, if I must say. It is you have a very robust and accessible memory, which is terrifying. It's exactly what you want. But I think you're right. Going back to here we go. You're right on whichever of the 17 points you just made. But the one I'm talking about in specific is involving this sort of robust public opinion defense. This is something we haven't had to deal with before. And I think a lot of lawyers are way out in the cold on this. They're stuck a decade to 2 decades behind. They don't understand it. I've been seeing it for a while because I cover these kind of public media cases from time to time. And you start to see, like, this complaint is not written to tailor to how this is going to play on social media, how this is going to play in major media. And suddenly we have everybody in the country who is a few steps away from having access to every legal document that's filed. Even in states where it's really hard to get them or really expensive, a lot of times someone is willing to pay for it if you're willing to look hard enough. And I think we've also got some very sharp people attacking things like Pacer, attacking things like the LA County court record system. Like, why are we paying for this? Our property taxes are supposed to be paying for this court system already. Why do we have to keep funding out? LA is terrible. It is extremely expensive to get documents, but
they do that deliberately.
Oh yeah.
They were also very late to allow records to be online.
Yeah. And it's horrifying. Like, when the value of the public court system,
there might be reasons for that. Let's put it that way. I've dealt with, I had a mediation. They created like a they called it complex division. But if you look at the history, it was the business lobby in California trying to create their own specialized courts so they didn't have to deal with the random judges. Right. And the system became so corrupted that often what you had were judges sitting in the complex division. They would angle to get there. Then they would favor the biggest institutional actors in say 5 years, 10 years of cases. Then they would retire and often get employed by a lot of these people in other contexts, mediators, arbitrators, or even counsel. Mm-hmm. And so it was a bad system. I remember it was my first experience, and it was one of these old school lawyers sat down and said, Robert, let me tell you how this system really works. And he took me through. I was like, holy, and then I got to witness it for many years afterwards. Now, he was a great lawyer, by the way. He told me his favorite closing argument was, he said, I had a case where I had such no defense that all I did was I went up to the jury and I said, we all know the government's case is wrong, and we all know my client's innocent. I just sat down. They came back and acquitted him. And they're like, he was like so shocked. And they're like, was it this reason? Was it this reason? Was it this reason? And he was like, he was telling about the nature of juries. But that's the other aspect. All these people carry their biases into the courtroom. And we're taught as lawyers this mythology of the law that these are objective people. The judge is objective. The jurors are objective. The prosecutor's just following the facts. The cop is, just Joe from Dragnet and is just following wherever the facts lead. You have people like that lame-o shipwrecked crew and some of those people on the interwebs out there saying stuff like, oh, this is how sentencing and bail works, and it's just by these little procedures. It's like you're reading a third grade, here's how a bill is made. And these people are trying to tell you that's how legislation is still made. That why the little bill walks up the steps and goes to the conference committee and so forth. And these mythologies are very damaging for defense lawyers. And when I started out, now part of it is I came from politics, but also I studied every big case that I could get my hands on, transcripts, records, biographies, you name it. And one of the things you find out early on is that great defense lawyers always knew back in the 20s, back in the 30s, back in the 60s, early 70s, that these cases are won and lost in the court of public opinion before you ever get to the court. And you're not trying to contaminate the jury. You're trying to make sure the jury is actually impartial before they walk in there, that you don't get a hanging, lynching jury, which is what the Derek Chauvin trial was. And it was like, even if he was guilty, and you believe he was guilty, it does great damage to the system to have a lynching jury be involved. And that's what they're trying to create in Kenosha. And that's why it was important to push back, but to push back intelligently. That's why I'm telling all the people that are on the John Pierce bandwagon. They're like, oh, well, he's going to represent the January 6th defendants. Yeah, he's going to hurt them. And within a week of me talking about he's going to hurt him, he's up there tweeting about we should bring the Chinese and Russians together with the January 6th defense. It's like, what are you doing? You're scaring every judge in the district. This is exactly what they're paranoid about, you loon.
Yeah, and the going to the Chauvin thing, I said several times, like I'm not the biggest fan of Derek Chauvin in general. However, the guy did not. I don't think he could get a fair trial this quickly in Minneapolis. You got to move it to outstate, or you got to wait another year for things to cool down. There's no reason not to wait other than public opinion. That's the crazy thing. Look, you already settled with the family. You gave him $26.5 million to go play with. And then you've got $500,000 for this little memorial square that you've got going. And then now you're waiting a year on the other officers for the exact reason that you should have waited another year on Chauvin. Make sure you do it right and nail the prosecution. Although now I think it looks like Chauvin's probably going to plea on the Fed charges, so it's not going to matter anyway. He's not going to get out of. He's going to prison. That's what disturbed me about it. It was like they had him on so many charges. The tax stuff, the federal stuff is easier to prove because they don't really have to prove intent to cause death. They just have to prove he violated civil rights and knew it. And that's a much more, and that he could even be dead theoretically and it'd still be a violation. And let's say you think he died, but that's still a civil rights violation. So at some point when he was on top of him. So that was the Fed charge was going to be very hard to defeat. The tax charges were frankly impossible to defeat. I mean, he's toast on those.
Unless he was a secret tax protester. He's got a good faith belief. I mean, there's just no other. I'm one of the only lawyers in the world that's got people off for not filing returns for multiple years. Snipes walked for half of the charges for not filing because the Fifth Amendment. I won't get into details, but I had a case. Well, I can't get into the details, but it was interesting. I had a client say, man, that's a great defense. And I'm like, that's your defense. Remember that was your idea. That wasn't my idea. That was your idea. You got to remember that in terms of preparation. But and then that if you're not reporting income, almost a guarantee there's other corruption involved. That's why you're not reporting income. It's why that Arkansas prosecutor who was neck deep in a lot of scandals connected to the Clintons in the late 80s, early 90s, they got him easily on 4 charges of not filing returns. As soon as you knew he didn't file returns, you knew the allegations of him probably being the drug lord of the county were probably true. Because why was he afraid to file those returns? Because these are people not filing returns, even though they know a W-2 is being reported to the IRS that they made money that year. So that means you're more scared. You're like, I don't want to get caught for filing a fraudulent return, so I'm not going to report anything because that's misdemeanor rather than felonies. Because you're getting a legal source income. But that's what made it scary to me. Is like they're so obsessed with making an example out of Chauvin what they really seem to be greenlighting is they want to recreate lynching juries, show trials of the Soviet, communist Cuba, 1960 variety, where they brought people in public and just didn't give them any due process at all. But purely for PR purposes. And I was like, it's the precedent of the Chauvin case that's the great threat to everyone else's liberty. Because Chauvin himself was always going to be up the creek. Yeah, and it's interesting because if you defended
any sort of egregious crime. And murder can be an egregious crime, but I'm talking about a crime against child, crime against a sexual assault type crime. Those, especially sexual assault crimes against children, there is almost no way to overcome the jury's bias. Like the allegations are often enough. And I go back to a story of, I assisted on a guilty plea hearing. The family had wanted to hire me. Thank God they didn't, because it was a disaster of a case in general. But they wanted to hire me, and they never paid a retainer. So, but the lawyer that they had suckered into it, he hired me to do a hearing because he was going out of town, and so I did the plea hearing, and the client didn't want to plea to it. And so I pulled out the jury sheets, right? The jury questionnaires. We had 55 of them, and we read through. And I think it was question 12 or something was, can you be impartial on this case? And 50 of the 55 people said no, that the guy deserves to be killed on the spot, basically for the charge that he was accused of. And I said to him, I was like, because he had said he wanted to plea, but then he was kind of losing his will. And I said, look, man, you got 50 people who want to hang you and 5 people who lied about it. And it's like, that's the reality. He had no shot at that case, by the way. There was not an out for him. This was the best move that he had in front of him. He agreed to that, but just when he got into my office, he thought I was going to suddenly come in and take over the case and like run it for him. It's like, no, buddy, you're toast one way or another. You're toast for 12 years or you're toast for 40.
One of the mistakes Chauvin made, and in the January, many of the January 6th defendants do have robust defense counsel. Some of their CJA counsel, some have private counsel, some have public defenders. Some of them are not doing a great job. Some of them are doing a fantastic job. Some of them take their job seriously. They don't care. They're going to fight. And one of them filed a very good, robust motion to transfer for venue purposes. The weakness in it was the same in Nelson's. To put pressure on a judge, you have to produce polling evidence, because otherwise you get the response that the Chauvin judge gave, which he's like, well, how do I know it's not any worse in northern Minnesota? Not any worse in central Minnesota. Now, we all know there's no way it's as bad in northern Minnesota as it is in Minneapolis. Yeah, that was that was when I thought Cahill, I'm like, okay, he's not really being fully honest now.
No.
And he wanted a jury that he wanted to see, I think, Chauvin lynched, but he wanted people to feel good about it and not think it was a lynching. But that was, I think, his end goal in the end. Because I thought he handled the trial very fair, but his sentencing rulings were very peculiar. His unwillingness to even inquire into juror misconduct was very revealing. Yep. And his failure to meaningfully address what he knew the venue issue was really about. It was problematic. And I think that, but for all his defense, it's amazing. Defense lawyers don't want to hire good jury consultants. And especially they don't want, and when they do, they tend to hire the wrong ones who do a poor job. And they don't tend to, like, to give an example, some of these people do mock trials. Mock trials are useless because it's so artificial a setting. You can't recreate 3 weeks of trial in like a day. That's not going to happen. So in my experience, focus groups can be helpful, but because you test out the narrative. I call it a TV guide preview. Give them the 30-second trailer and see which one they buy and which ones they don't, which ones they have hostility to, which ones they're hospitable to, and why. And that will give you a pretty good sense of where the general jury pool is. But for venue purposes, you need to establish extensive, bring in a lot of scientific evidence. I mean, I challenged handwriting exemplars once for Snipes, and it was a 300-page brief. And it was, filled with extensive scientific data from every possible source. The same needs to be done in these venue cases. Like in Rittenhouse's case, we're polling, and we're doing extensive polling to see, is there a problem in Kenosha? Is there an issue in Kenosha? I think there's less likelihood that Kenosha will be anywhere as bad as Minneapolis. And I think many people in Kenosha saw this for what it was. They don't buy the media narrative. Oh, he came across state lines. He came from a suburb of Kenosha that happened to be on the tip of Illinois. Everybody in Kenosha knows that's basically a suburb of Kenosha. So they're not going to be affected by that. But it was a very traumatic experience. What did people think? Now, a lot of people in Kenosha was a place Trump went up. And part of the reason Trump went up is they were not happy with these outsiders burning down their city based on a false narrative about the knife wielding Blake,
right?
Being a purely innocent victim. And so, but you have to do it. And these January 6th defendants, same thing. Now, nobody's going to be seeing John Pierce do that anytime soon because he has no clue. But but that's competent, capable representation. Like, I guarantee you, if they did a poll of DC, contrasted it to Northern District of Virginia, they're going to find a massive difference in the number of impartial jurors available.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's pretty simple with Chauvin as well. I mean, that's what we're going back to as kind of the sort of test case on this. There's no way you get Minneapolis, where a bunch of people have burned down houses, buildings, whatever, where you're pulling the jury from is literally on fire from an angry mob. Any of those jurors walks in the room and says, if anybody finds out who I am, my house is next. My house is the next Target, McDonald's, Arby's, whatever you want, that got burned down. They didn't discriminate. It was not burning down of white shops, right? Like, this is burning down blocks of stores that are Black-owned businesses that had been there forever. They're ready. You bring that case out where I live, and the court where I am, the county where I am is something like 98% white or whatever, but where the court is actually not. The city that it's in is roughly 1/3 white, 1/3 Hispanic, and 1/3 Black. And it's a tiny city, but still, it encompasses this very, very diverse sort of thing. And the city can get very progressive at times, but you'd still get a more fair trial than you would in Minneapolis, because they're going to be pulling jurors whose houses were not literally burned down, 2 months beforehand. So
and that was a genius of the prosecution. They got rid of every possibly favorable juror by asking them if they would be nervous about the outcome of the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there Nelson kind of walked into a trap, because unless you were trying to make a venue transfer argument post hoc, asking that question himself just outed his own favorable jurors. Anybody who was nervous about the consequence of the verdict was someone. Why would you be nervous about the consequence of the verdict unless you're thinking of acquittal? You're not going to think, you're not going to be nervous about guilty. Those jurors it was a brilliant step by the defense. By the prosecutor. They got to out every favorable juror with one question. That's like your ideal jury selection, when you can find a proxy question that tells you yay or nay. And that one question told him yay or nay. And the prosecution, thanks in part to the defense, was able to get rid of any favorable defense juror. Because, I mean, and that's the other thing I was telling about Minneapolis. The other thing is politics plays a huge role here. Perception would be a massive difference. When people were telling me, like, you saw someone like Will Chamberlain, he watches the trial, and he there's a part of him that believes in the sort of idealistic version of our legal system. Right. That's part of why, he brings people like Shipwreck Crew on for human events. And it's like, okay, you're still in the fantasy land version, but that's okay. Is that he thought for sure Chauvin would be acquitted. And then without doubt was on Tim Pool. Like, no, and I was like, this is uphill. I was like, if the defense knows a bunch about the jury that I don't know that they're right about, then yeah, there's a 50-50 shot. If they're wrong and they didn't really do good jury selection, he'd normally be DOA, because the way I used to tell people about the beginning of the case was, I was like, look at that jury. Probably 10 of those 12 jurors voted for Joe Biden. Now think about Biden voters. Do you think they're going to give Derek Chauvin a fair trial?
Yeah, it was for me. When I said when I looked at it, I just go, you got 9 minutes of video of a guy dying. Like, unless you're going to have to overcome that much bias and that much prejudice. And it doesn't, it matters who the jury is in the respect of, you've got to have people who can watch over and over for multiple weeks a guy die without batting an eye at it. They have to be completely desensitized, because the prosecution's going to run that video. They're going to have him saying, "Mama, I can't breathe," over and over and over, as many times as they can reasonably squeeze it in. And actually a couple extra, because Cahill kind of allowed them to duplicate testimony and duplicate evidence on a couple occasions. But they're going to be able to run that over and over. You have to have a cold jury who is literally detached from not only the situation itself and the drama around it, but they've got to be detached from a level of humanity. You want who you want on that is a bunch of internet meme lords who had live leak access before that site got yeeted and have watched a bunch of cartels murder people or something. Like, you need someone who can watch a video of someone die and go, all right, without batting an eye.
Or you need people, I always tell people it comes down to a survival defense. So every juror is really thinking with the reptile part of their brain, very emotionally driven, survival instinct. And the best example I give of this is something I was taught by some juror experts years ago, which was, they gave me an example. They said, okay, you're the prosecutor in a rape case. The victim is a 25-year-old female. The defendant is a 25-year-old male. The only thing you know about the juror is their gender and their age and their parental status. Those three facts. Who do you pick? And the typical instinct is for them to say, as a prosecutor, oh, I'm going to pick young women jurors, young women single jurors that are exactly like the victim.
Right.
That juror group, in fact, is by far the worst for the prosecution and the most pro-defense. By contrast, the best jurors are older men who are ideally fathers of daughters, because what they sit there and the young women think their whole focus is, how can I avoid this happening to me? And so they judge the woman. They say, I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have done this. The older father figure can't be there. So he's thinking, how do I avoid this happening to my daughter? I judge him. He shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done this. And so for the Chauvin jury, what he really needed, and it's now clear he did not do. I was a little concerned because it didn't appear he had any juror consultant in the room with him.
No.
And that meant that nobody could be seeing and watching the jurors. And you need that. You need body language, because here's the good jurors will be honest. You don't have to worry about that. Bad jurors will lie. That's the ones you have to worry about. So
kind of like my dude who wore the "Don't Kneel on Our Neck" shirt. It's like, no, I didn't attend any demonstrations except only the biggest one in Washington, D.C. Just that one, though.
Exactly. And I mean, this guy's doing podcasts about this stuff. I mean, for the judge knew. That was the other sign. That was the sign to me that he knew he had picked a biased jury when he would not allow a hearing to even be held on it. Now, I think what should have been done there is they should have done a proffer. One of the other things that a lot of defense lawyers miss, a lot of lawyers in general miss, is when a judge is out to screw you, give a proffer and give the best version, your dream world version of what the evidence would have shown, and say, well, here's what we would have shown. We would have proven this, and this, because that then becomes the factual record for whether or not he made an error in excluding that evidence or denying that hearing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of ways to approach it, but that is the one. Set the standard, then allow him to fail to meet it is the trick. And sometimes when you're strung out and stuck, that's what you got to do. But I think you nailed it on your Eric Nelson assessment. He ran the case, him and one assistant. I believe that he. And this is, I'm not criticizing him. Like, Eric Nelson is probably a much better defense attorney than I am. So I'm not like out here like, oh, I would have done. No, he did a fantastic job within the law, as you said. But I think what he tried to do was run the, look, I'm just one guy shop against 20 different prosecutors that have unreasonable amount of resources and time. They're sending me evidence late, and Cahill didn't bite on any of that. And in some judges, you might have been able to get that and say, hey, no, you can't drop a motion, an amended motion on this guy this morning and expect him to come to court and argue it, because it's one guy versus your 20 prosecutors. But Cahill allowed it all over the place. Yeah. And he basically said, that Chauvin chose the defense that he chose, and he's chosen very competent counsel. And both those statements are true. Yeah. But Nelson could have really benefited from some help in the courtroom and outside of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, his biggest mistakes was not understanding, like when I try to explain to people, young lawyers, I'll have them come in and watch a case, have them try to guess what the juror is going to do. And now sometimes it ends up being too depressing, because when they're like, they think, oh, this is going well, this, and I was like, and I try to tell them, we've either won or lost when the jury sits down. And after opening, as like everything else after opening statement is pure theater. That it's what you did in the court of public opinion if it's a high profile case, part one. Part two is your jury selection, and part three is your opening statement. And by that point, when they've done extensive studies on this, 80% of jurors, and I've done it with focus groups, thousands and thousands of people in these focus groups, 80% of their decisions made after the initial presentation, and based on what you could predict for over 50% of them, just based on answering certain questions and demographics, they will stick with their opinion no matter what happens with the evidence. You know, like in the Snipes case, for example, we did focus groups. The jurors that were hostile to Snipes, no matter how I knew how compelling certain evidence was, when their response was to pretend the evidence couldn't exist. But that they didn't come up, their answer to cognitive dissonance wasn't to say, geez, maybe I should change my perspective on whether he's guilty. No, they believed he was guilty for deep reasons that were never going to change. They had to change the evidence and pretend, kind of like what some of that Chauvin juror was saying, things that you were like, hold on a second. Did you miss that part of the trial? Did you miss this other part of the trial? Did you miss this third part of the trial? It's because they have a memento memory. They're the great Memento movie. People memory hole anything that doesn't fit what they want to believe. Politics is a great testing ground for this. So, I mean, once somebody believes something politically, that's what they'll remember facts that support it. They'll completely black out facts that oppose it. And this is how jurors act. And so that's where you have to win before. Everything you do at trial that all the lawyers spend all their time obsessing over is almost always for show. It almost never matters. You're just giving arguments so that the jurors who are with you can argue your side in the jury room. That's all you're doing. You're not going to win or lose based on a direct or cross or what jury instructions are given. You're going to win or lose based on what jury you sat down in the first place.
Yeah, and it reminds me of a study that they did on teachers. There was a study they did on teachers. They had a control group or whatever, and they had teachers, and they showed a group. I think they showed one group like an hour of the teacher. They showed another group 10 seconds of the teacher teaching, and they showed another group 1 second of the teacher teaching, and they found out that within a pretty respectable margin of error, the analysis of a good teacher was the same across all three, which tells you that within 1 to 10 seconds, your brain decides how effective someone is. So that whole idea of first impressions matter. First impressions really, really matter, especially when you have an authority figure that is in charge of what's going on. And that at the end of the day translates directly to what an attorney is. When you come in, the attorney, how they're dressed, how they're presented, and how they stand up and start their first line of that opening statement. It's like screenwriting. You have one page. You have one page to grab the poor unpaid intern who's trying to get his own screenplay in there, who's reading a stack of 500 scripts. You have one page to capture his attention. If you don't do it, you're done. And I think you're right. And I think these sort of sociological approaches to the jury and the judge himself and opposing counsel, all of those need to be taught in law schools. They need to be shouted from the rooftops because they don't do it. You know, no. Law school doesn't teach you.
Terrible. It's a terrible for teach. Like, the first thing I teach everybody is understand the decision maker and the motivations of that decision maker and the psychology that goes into that. Right. And try to get rid of all of the myths of the law. That this isn't some objective wisdom that comes down from reason that rediscovers past tradition and applies it in a fair and just manner. That is almost never what's happening in a single case. The only time that matters is when a judge thinks that's what they're doing, and you can play to that to play to their self-image. But it's never what matters. It's the individual psychology is the number one factor of being a good trial lawyer. And that's with everybody, prosecutors, witnesses, you name it. If you're going to take apart a witness on the stand, it's not always going to work like a film. Sometimes you need to do something different, but you got to know the psychology of that witness to get them to say what you need them to say or to look like. Like in the Snipes case, I got ambushed. I had a great prosecutor, best prosecutor I've ever gone up against. Though it would have been a close call if I'd had to go to trial in the Amy Cooper case, because that was one serious prosecutor. I mean, they'd assigned probably the top prosecutor in the world right now. and probably the 3 top detectives in the world. These were the 3 cold case detectives of New York City. So you're talking about the best detectives in New York City, the biggest major city criminal process in the world, most professionalized. And they're all after little Amy Cooper, who got into an argument with somebody about a dog in a park. That's how, and you have the mayor and the governor trying to pass laws with her name on it. I mean, that's how insane it was. But this guy was trained by Robert Morgenthau, old school guy, Irish guy. I knew everything about that guy. I'd even gone to a bar that maybe he helped raise money for a certain little group in Ireland. But I developed a lot of intel and information that I thought would be helpful at key times and having certain conversations with him. But we end up with great mutual respect by the end of it. But he was really super talented, and he learned early on how they would dump the evidence on us the night before. You can only do this in federal court usually. Now Chauvin, same thing happened repeatedly.
Yeah, Chauvin got absolutely wrecked with overnight evidence stuff. Well, it was just 300 pages. Oh, okay.
Can you imagine? And so we got that every night, and so I got like 2 hours of sleep. It was brutal, exhausting, 2 weeks straight. But he had figured out that I would.
I gotta call you out here. I look, no, I can't let lies go on this channel. You already don't sleep. Don't you lie to me, because you are out there. You're on shows. You're doing trials. You've got a regular thing with Viva going. You're promoting locals. Don't come here and you're like, oh yeah, no, look, I only got 2 hours of sleep. 2 hours of sleep for you must be a luxury.
I have the advantage of kids or adults out of the house. I still got the tattoo, but she's an ex. The ex-fiance. I was in Bora Bora at the time. So like people ask, well, why do you still guys like it? Seemed like a good idea at the time. You're in Bora Bora, there's some fun products around, the water's pure. It's perfect. And she was a model in my defense, but but yeah, it was meant to be brutalizing, but he figured out if he gave me the order, he was supposed to give me the order of witnesses so I would start by reviewing the night before the witnesses that would be pre-lunch, and then over lunch would prepare for the after lunch witnesses.
Right.
So
yeah.
2 things happened. The big day that was supposed to be the big day for the prosecution, he figured out we had already flipped his key witness because we had a really smart investigator in New York, old school New York guy. And maybe he ended up in the middle of that guy's kitchen when that guy came home, and he was already paranoid. And it was all legally, all lawful. He had just talked his wife into coming inside. But this guy already thought that like Snipes was Blade and was going to come through the windows at night because he was lying about Snipes, was the whole story. But he was the son of the other key witness. So he figured this out. So he flipped witnesses on me. So he put the old man first and the kid after lunch. Totally reversed the whole order of what we thought was going to happen for trial. I was totally unprepared for him. And this guy was a good liar. I mean, just he lies like a cop. Put it that way. God bless all the police fans out there, but nobody lies better than a cop.
No, especially on the witness stand.
Exactly.
They're
learned how to
great
do it.
at it. Yep.
Oh, absolutely. And
my training and experience has taught me explicitly how to lie in this scenario.
Precisely. And in their minds, they're doing what's necessary for justice. And at some point, they get so accustomed to doing it, it's second hand. Mm-hmm. It's almost natural. It's almost reflexive. But but this guy was good. And I was like, okay, I'm never going to take him apart. I started going on crossing. I was trying to prepare the cross while he's testifying. And I'm like, I'm not going to get there and prep. And 2, once I got up there, it was clear he was going to dodge everything. And I was like, well, what I can do is communicate emotionally to the jury that this guy is a total asshole and that you would hate this guy too. If you were Snipes and this guy was your accountant, you would hate this guy, not trust this guy. And that I was able to very effectively do because he was your worst caricature of a New York finance guy, greedy, over the top. I mean, we helped get him in trouble, actually. A few years later, all the evidence, the government hid the evidence during trial, but we made such a public stink about him. Like we created a witness list that nobody understood. The witness list was a message to him because it was all the other celebrities he had defrauded. And it was to put in motion. All these people were saying, why is this witness going to testify? Why is Paul Simon on here? Why is Tom Brokaw on here? Why is this person on here? But they got the message. And so people were like, hold on a second. Is something wrong with my financier? They found the same thing that Snipes had already found. They ended up, I remember talking to Snipes on the phone about it. They ended up arresting him, hiding in his closet because this guy, to give you an idea of a scumbag, he was a John McCain level scumbag. He came back. People forget, McCain dumped his wife, on a hospital bed for the next model. This guy had dumped his wife while she was going through a longstanding wife while she was going through a severe health problem for a stripper. But of course, what do you think happens when the cops knock on the door? They asked the stripper, "Where is he?" "Oh, he's upstairs hiding in the closet." And she ratted him out in 5 seconds. She was going to run off with whatever cash was left in the house.
I thought he was in the closet the whole time, but the money was good.
Yeah, exactly. So it was but the way to be effective was to bring out an emotional story rather than it was. If you read the transcript, you think, man, I didn't touch that guy. You had to be there in person to feel it, see it. That was a key moment where the last couple of jurors that were skeptical, there were 3 bad jurors the whole time, but the other jurors that were skeptical, they flipped back because they're like, man, I understand why West did what he did. And so that was the dynamic. And like that, Snipes is another example. We walked in, that judge, I joked about him. I called him Boss Hodges because he had like a military cut. We'd researched him. His dad was in the Klan. We had a bunch of interesting stuff there. We were waiting to see if we needed to deploy it. But what happened is one of those federal courts in the 1950s, they created all these little single divisions in the South, especially. And what they really did is they put a bunch of racists in charge of a bunch of racially conflict-ridden regions where one judge got to be basically the boss because you're supposed to have this random assignment. Everybody knew, the prosecutor knew, that's why they filed the case in a place Wesley Snipes had never even witnessed, least of all lived in or done business in. That's where they prosecuted him on the thinnest of grounds. Well, he had 10 other co-defendants in that case. You were supposed to be. They prosecuted 8 of them in District of Columbia. So they brought up the hillbillies, prosecute them up in D.C. while they take West, and that was it was the per capita capital of race hatred incidents. It was probably where Nick Fuentes was born. It's that kind of incident, that kind of location. So look,
no. He was born in the land of cat boys. Don't you dare! Don't you dare besmirch.
Well, that's why I say like the Fuentes' group is like it's like Fuentes and the fascist fanboys are like a boy band from the 80s trying to pretend to be a punk band from the 70s, except rather than hang out later with groupies, they're chasing around little boys in bunny outfits. These are people for whom FUTA is a poster on the wall that they hope to be their married icon someday. But
wait a minute, you have researched this show. No, you were on. You had the FUTA question already.
Yes, exactly. So I'm aware of the term. Though if you Google it, it comes up something trade association. But so he has Viva's a great one for those kind of things. Like people send in, you'd say, "Oh, Barnes has great eggplant energy," and Viva just repeats it live. And he's like, "What does eggplant mean?" And then he asks his 12-year-old daughter, and she's like, "Dad." He's like, "Oh,
stop, Dad! Stop immediately."
Exactly.
Listen,
he's
maybe Google has your eggplant or your FUTA results as trade association. Google is very well versed in what my results are. I've never even heard of the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. No.
Exactly. If you research certain things, Google has a way of knowing what you normally research. But I'm sure it automatically comes up under the for Nick Fuentes, the term that everybody knows it here. Probably searched it many times. But the dynamic of those, I totally forgot my train of thought. FUTA took me off track.
Barnes, undefeatable, unflappable Robert Barnes. Prosecutors can't touch him. Judges can't shake him. FUTA in one 4-letter acronym shuts him down entirely.
Exactly. Totally derailed.
Everyone knows your weakness.
Just loosely about that. It's how you can take apart a witness sort of emotionally. And Nelson did all that well, but you have to fight these. And I often battle with other lawyers on these cases. Like when I was working on Alex Jones's cases, it's often the other lawyers who are supposed to be part of the team who are fighting you all the time. And it's insane. But that was true in the Snipes case. There are a lot of lawyers who they went back and forth whether they wanted to be part of the case. If they thought we were losing, they wanted to hide. If they thought we were winning, they wanted to jump up and hog the cameras. Mm-hmm. And one of the ways I got Snipes' full trust in the case is I avoided the press coming in for the trial. But we were good about how we handled it. We used the court pleadings to talk to the court of public opinion, because that judge, that's right, Boss Hodges. I was at a local bar, by the way, and I was saying, I'm in such and such a judge's, and the local community knew the guy as Boss Hodges. So I was like, holy moly, what a judge. I got this guy as my Snipes judge. He talked early in the case and said, I've never taken longer than 15 minutes to sit a federal jury in my 30 years on the bench. And I don't see any reason why this case is going to be any different. Ooh. Well, we filed some motions, and he ended up having to take 3 days to sit the jury, and that's how we got jury selection. So you got to know ways to smoke out bias, smoke out prejudice, use the court of public opinion, because the prosecutor is always doing that.
So this is interesting, because we started this discussion on Kyle Rittenhouse. And what I've gotten by the end of it is I should watch Art of War 2.
Yes, exactly. and always read The Art of War. There's so many people always remember, certain principles in it, but they forget things like to defeat what is strong, attack what is weak. But the opposite is also true. To remember to overcome what is weak within your defense, focus on what is strong. So like both, there's a bunch of Sun Tzu principles that I constantly will superimpose as a template when preparing for trial. But at the end of the day, it's always the decision makers that are there. There's always a bit of luck involved, but you got to work the court of public opinion. You got to know what works with a jury. You got to do a lot of data research on that. You've got to talk to multiple people, get the feedback. The other problem with so many lawyers is the egos are so big that they just won't take advice. They won't take help. I'll take advice from anybody, anytime, even if I end up not using it, even if I end up having a different opinion. It's always useful to get more and more and more feedback of multiple perspectives.
Now, you heard me say I should read The Art of War TOO, as in also referring to Sun Tzu's work. I was saying, though, I should watch The Art of War TWO, the
great movie.
The sequel to Wesley Snipes' epic.
He's in both. By the way, he was shooting that film when he hired me for the criminal case. He had hired me for another prior case, but we went up to Vancouver and cut the final deal there about a month and a half before trial at the time. And the judge originally tried to deny a continuance, and we weaseled that out of the judge too. The judge by the end of the trial we had great mutual respect, because he's one of those old school Southern judges that actually likes it if you come up and punch him in the face.
My friend Ty, who's a lawyer down in Tyler, Texas, he's talked about that. Sometimes a judge wants you to stand up, and like some judges want a little contrition. They want respect for the robe. And then other judges want you to stand up and tell them they're wrong. And that's actually, to borrow an expression from my friend Drexel, that's the shit test is, are you going to call me on my bullshit? Because if you are, then suddenly I respect you as a lawyer, and now I'm going to listen to what you have to say. Now I'm going to entertain motions that you do.
And I've learned everything about that judge. I knew his background, that much closer to his school teacher mom than his likely Klansman father, that he thought of himself. He was a Nixon appointee, how he behaved on the bench. Like, one of the tricks was he loved it if you didn't cite the substance of an evidence rule, but cited the federal rule evidence number instead. So I memorized all of them, and I'd always like to do that anyway for other reasons, but I was able to be so quick on evidence objections and so correct. And it was always the number 801, 804, 401, whatever. Right. And that he liked that and respected that, because that's how he saw it. By the end of the case, and I'd been so right on a lot of early objections that he ended up even ruling for me when I was wrong later on. He was like, you're probably right. It ended up being great, though. Our last interaction, because we still had, it was mutual respect and mutual hostility at the same time. Because I remember I was trying to get a great cross-examination point where it was an interpretive point of evidence, but I was getting these witnesses to admit things that maybe the evidence didn't have to compel. And he started figuring this out 2/3 way through, like the third witness I was doing this with. And even says, he goes, I'm not sure this means what you're saying. I'm like, question withdrawn. But, I was going to move on before he could educate the government what I was doing. But at the end of the case, my way of saying thank you in a both mutually respectful and mutually adversarial processes. He's a huge Florida football fan, and he had all the Florida football stuff around in his office. And he said some nice things. I'd been sick for a couple of days at the end from exhaustion, the just adrenaline, just pure adrenaline, 21 hours of adrenaline. It's like what Sean Penn describes method acting. That's what trial is. I have to take however long the trial is, I have to take that long off afterwards if it's a big trial, just because of your brain, your body has just been fried. You've lit it on fire. You've gone.
I was in Mystic River and I'd been diddled by Tim Robbins. I needed a break afterwards because it was such an impactful performance. I'm Sean Penn.
Exactly. But his description of method acting is really dead on. Snipes is a pure method actor. He can do it at the drop of a hat. It's fascinating.
I love Wesley Snipes. You know what? I went to see in the theaters with my mom, which I don't know why my mom and I ended up in the theater. We watched Rising Sun with Wesley Snipes and Sean Connery. Fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. He is, I believe, underrated as an actor. And I think the tax charges kind of overshadow his career because he's really got, like, Art of War. I joke, but Art of War #1 is a great movie as well. A lot of fun, pure 90s action, political thriller. It's great stuff. I really like it. The question I have is, why didn't DMX hire you for his tax problems?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that probably should. There are a bunch of people that walked after Snipes that were on the chopping block. I've joked with people. I was like, with Snipes, we helped a lot of people escape responsibility, but I also didn't get paid on a bunch of cases that would have gotten paid on. Because Sandra Bullock was on the chopping block. Nicolas Cage was on the chopping block. Mel Gibson was on the chopping block. There were criminal cases all being looked at. And they were so shocked by the Snipes verdict. First, they changed it. And they said, we're not going to use the word tax protester anymore. We're going to use some other word, tax resistor, tax defier, or whatever. And so they decided to change all their verbiage. But the second was they said, no tax prosecutions of any celebrities for the next 5-6 years. Because they're like, well, until we figure out what happened in Ocala. Because it was supposed to be an unlosable case. For us, it was the unwinnable case in the impossible place because they picked Ocala. It was it was white nationalist Father's Day. They celebrated out in the woods. All this the big Klan operation was based out of Ocala. They still had a statute to Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, outside of the front of the Ocala courthouse, the state courthouse. And so I raised this issue in our motions. And so the courthouse said, no, that isn't the case. And so media went down there like they had hidden it. They'd taken it and they tried to hide it in the back underneath the bushes. My favorite part of it, though, was they misspelled Forrest. Because they have a big forest there in Ocala, they thought Nathan Bedford Forrest only had one R in it. I mean, I was like, that's so apropos that these people would misspell it.
Well, now the statue's just in Clinton's bedroom.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was the levels of issues with that place, but that we end up getting sort of exposed during the process. But Snipes was educational at multiple levels. The reality was Hollywood was waging war on him for a while because he was challenging aspects of the agency system, challenging his financial advisor who had deep ties to Hollywood, who was completely corrupt, as ultimately was proven true, that set him on that path. And so the tax case was independent of where he was running into some conflict in Hollywood. Also, there were people who told him to not do Blade, and that he couldn't be an action guy, and he was like, "I think you're wrong." And anybody's been around him. I mean, his arms are just ripped. I mean, he did Taekwondo for like a decade or something. Like the guy's a legit martial artist. He's big, he's stacked, he's strong, he moves well. Well, he's a professionally trained dancer. His first ever appearance is in Michael Jackson's Bad video. Yes. He was a Juilliard level professional dancer.
I had no idea.
Before he went into acting and then went into learning all the different martial arts. So this is why he is so good at, he actually does do most of his own stunts. This is why he's a natural at so many levels. If I was in Hollywood, I'd be putting him in tons of stuff. He could sit there on the spot and do a lawyer. He's like, Barnes, can you do this? And he would put on some fake glasses, and he was like Matlock within 5 seconds. And I was like, I can't do that. I got to be me. But that's a fantastic version of a lawyer. That's Snipes, just pure unbridled talent. And because the Hollywood system is so corrupt, is why they've, sort of railroaded. And there was issues with New Line Cinema at the time that have now subsequently come out about what was happening there. So he just got chewed up in part by the Hollywood system, but he managed to stay independent, did a lot of, lower budget films. But if Snipes is in it, there's almost no chance it's a bad film. It might not be a great film. It may have may have plot holes, may have limited budget, but Snipes is just fun to watch because the man is pure skill.
No, he's great. I've always liked him. You got New Jack City, like I said, Rising Sun, which is one of the better under the radar movies out there. How do you have Wesley Snipes and Sean Connery engaging Japanese culture? And then you've got the beautiful scene where they roll up in the hood. Sean Connery, when Wesley Snipes first joins him, he does this thing and he's like, listen, you're my kohai. I am your senpai. And you need to not say anything. You need to bow only when you're bowed to. And you do not need to respond unless I indicate that you should respond. And then later in the movie, they roll up in the hood. And Wesley Snipes gives Sean Connery the exact same speech as these hood rats basically are coming up to the car. He's like, listen, man, you need to not do anything. It's this great scene. The movie's fantastic. I like every movie I've seen Wesley Snipes in, I've liked, which I can't say about a lot of actors. So he's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's like Jack Nicholson. There's like a few Daniel Day-Lewis. There's a few of those people that you can just watch them perform, and that they're just so good that if Snipes was in Black Widow, I would have watched the movie because Snipes is in the movie because he could redeem an otherwise wokester Me Too trash. I mean, Marvel is killing itself. I mean, it's going.
Oh my God! Put a
Disney
bullet
touches
in it.
Anything. It's like reverse Midas effect turns it into poison.
Yeah, Disney is doing terrible. Someone in the chat just brought out Robert Duvall again. Robert Duvall's an actor where pretty much any movie he's in is going to be watchable.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. That was my introduction to Robert Duvall. And then The Apostle. The Apostle.
Oh my God! You son of a bitch. I was just about to ask you, have you ever seen Robert Duvall's best, most unsung work, which is The Apostle?
Yes. That's right out of my old neck of the woods. Small town South. What I always loved about Pentecostals is they could really party hardy on Saturday and then pray about it real hard on Sunday. I mean, they were honest. There was no hypocrisy kind of in that part of the Pentecostal world that I knew. And they knew how to truly connect. It was like I had a great psychology professor who studied the snake handlers, and he explained them quickly to me. He's like, look at these people that take drugs they don't understand. Look at these people that climb mountains and think it's fun. Think they jump from the sky to see if they survive. He goes, these people are just walking into church, and if they put their hand in and they aren't killed that day, they feel more alive than any rock climber on any mountaintop is ever going to feel. And it's the same thing. They've tested their faith in live time, and they're alive. And I was like, wow, I understood it right away. But that whole, I knew a lot of people in the Pentecostal subculture, and there was a mixture, obviously, as there is in any subculture of good and bad people. But I had a lot of respect for them. They tend to be more real, more authentic, and he captured that brilliantly.
Yeah, my favorite scene is when it's a wide shot of his house and you can hear him screaming, and then it cuts to inside and the mom is talking to someone. And she's like, oh, well, he's having an argument with God. Sometimes they disagree, and he's just railing and screaming and ranting about God after he just he basically kills this guy with a baseball bat, which is and the whole movie's beautiful. Would you believe the first time I ever saw that movie was in college in a screenwriting class? And the reason we watched it, my professor was a woman named Judy Wilson from Mississippi. She's great. I love her. She's fantastic. She wrote me a letter of recommendation to get into law school. Anyway, she brought the movie because it was the first movie I think that exists with a post-credit scenes that changes the ending of the movie. And the post-credit scene, of course, is him in the on the prison line, and he's got everybody singing gospel hymns. He's got he's found his new congregation. It's perfect. What I want to do now, though, we've got a bunch of chats that I have been neglecting.
Oh yeah.
And so Let's hit those.
That's good.
Slagla sent this before the show even started, and I do apologize for the Kermit impression, but it's coming. Oh, hi, Barnes. Let's have a nice, civil, friendly chat about life, politics, and the law. And in this stream, like gentlemen, I'm sure you won't shit talk me online afterwards and block me like a fig on Twitter, okay? Oh, my goodness. That turned way more hostile than I thought it was going to be.
Nick, fortunately, is not a little neo-Nazi mini Hitler fascist wannabe, David Duke imitator, as Fuentes is. I mean, the thing with Fuentes, I chose the debate because I wanted for the debate. I chose the debate because I wanted to spotlight Fuentes to partially my audience and certain other social media and other media influencers. And it was like if I just banned him out of the blue or blocked him out of the blue, it wouldn't really mean anything. So I needed people to be paying attention. So the debate was a convenient pretext for it. And so that was always going to happen. It had nothing to do with the debate itself. The debate was fine. He, by the end of it, I made the points I wanted to make and he exposed where he's at, which is basically, he's not America first. He's just Jews last. And it was interesting. The other interesting part of the debate to me was I was curious how many of his anti-Semitic beliefs he really believed in or he knew were lies. Because, I mean, this is a kid who came up trying to imitate Ben Shapiro. He only switched when he was getting nowhere, ended up getting canned by Right Side Broadcasting Network. All of a sudden, the next time he pops up, it's right after Charlottesville, where he's trying to, he's a martyr because his school is going to kick him out or something else because he was proudly at Charlottesville. And he started to become sort of the new alt-right, but, a little bit more thinly disguised version of it. And then went into that sort of racism space, which the race grifter space has been around for forever. It's always going to be there. And he's just the most recent reincarnation of it. But what got my attention was too many people were playing footsie with him. People like Michelle Malkin were saying things. Some other people was like, don't get near this kid. His group is probably going to be, most of them are obviously incels. I don't know if you saw that video of him him and his little group marching into CPAC. I was going to say something. I was like, I feel bad. These are like the worst caricature version of incels. I was like, I can't make fun of these kids too publicly. Not that I'm not doing that now, but I just couldn't do it on like Twitter. I was like, I'm just going to leave. I felt bad for it. I was like, man, that's sad. These are kids who think they're special because they were enrolled in special ed, not knowing what that special meant. Their mommy might have told them they were special, like Joe Biden's mommy told him. But it actually meant something a little different. But so part of it is, that's all he is. But I was curious that whether he would defend any of his anti-Semitic tropes. And there was only one sort of anti-Israeli conspiracy theory that he talked about on the show. The rest he wouldn't touch. His nonsense about, Jews caused the Black Plague and Jews have secret rituals where they kill Christian kids and Jews are secretly spreading COVID through their secret rituals. The Jews caused every war that's ever happened. All this ridiculous nonsense, comparing Jews to baking cookies and the Holocaust to baking cookies. All of that stuff he stayed away from because that told me he doesn't actually believe in any of them. That was just old school race grifting that has a long, long history. Most of these, it's not a surprise, some of the January 6th aspects are the most problematic components, that a lot of these guys were informants. The other thing is his group is guaranteed. It's what Cernovich and I were saying before Charlottesville, that these groups are filled with feds, either informants or actual agents. That has a long history. Go back to look at the church committee hearings where guys that were supposed Klansmen helping do Klan violence were actually working for J. Edgar Hoover. There's a long, notorious history of it. And you look at Fuentes, like leading up to January 6th, he's defending mass shooters. He's making statements about, hey, maybe you have to kill a legislature. Oh, I don't mean that you should that, but maybe that's our only remedy. He's upping the ante. And then he has a lot of his friends and he has other people there that he was associated going to the Capitol, like Baked Alaska and others, but he somehow doesn't. And then he claims later that he's on a no-fly list, but he never produces any proof of this. It's like this kid has got, Fed tattooed on him and people connected to him because it's not just he's doing it in part, I think, for race grifting, but somebody like him is going to be attached as an informant in some way so that he can say a lot of crazy stuff that rallies up his audience, that gets him cash, but that doesn't get him into trouble with the government because he actually serves the government's purpose. I mean, the government likes to Charlottesville is a setup of its own kind. You can see that coming 10 miles away. But and some of us were screaming at people to stay away, and most of them did. But he does also political PR damage to the America First imagery, populism in general. If I wanted to demonize and caricature populism, I would make Nick Fuentes the poster boy of populism in America First, and just have him read his statements. That's the thing with all this is all they got to do is read his own video statements. His own video statements that say, I'm going to say really truthful things, but I'm going to disguise them as jokes because they're too controversial out there. I'm going to let you know in advance, hint, hint, wink, wink, nod, nod. And then make not only all the anti-Jewish stuff, but then if you wanted to criticize immigration, what better way than to quote Nick Fuentes? This is why he showed up at the January 6th Democratic impeachment speech televised presentation, was him making the kind of statements he made. His statements like, oh, immigration's about keeping the brown people out, or him talking about Jim Crow being good. Or him talking about him attacking Lauren Southern because it's an interracial relationship and saying sleeping with a black person is the same as as degenerate as sleeping with a dog and bestiality. Talking about slapping and strangling women, but then he's kind of joking. It's like, this is the caricature that the media has of the populist right movement. And so people is like, why is anybody propagating him, promoting him, pitching him, pushing him? This kid is not the guy to be associated with. And all this, I knew that by doing so, I would get brigaded by all of his little fanboys, the incel cheerleaders club, because they think like the fascists and the communists from the 1920s do, which a lot of them still do. Like the hard left thinks the same way, which is back then, the obsession of the brown shirts and the commies was to win the pub, win the public square. And they would get into these physical fights and say, if we win here, we're really winning in the court of public opinion, even when they weren't. But they thought that way. These guys think the same way. So like the alt-right and the hard left both think if they win Twitter, if they get somebody ratioed, if they win an online poll, then by golly, they're winning. They're really winning. Even though they're tiny parts of the world that nobody wants anything to do with. I mean, people forget when Hitler ran for president, he had one of the most devastating beatdowns ever. He lost by almost 30 points. That's why he had to do the Reichstag fire to seize power and never did another election again. They never could get more than a third of the vote, and they usually averaged 2-3%. Prior to the collapse of the economy in 1929. So he's a problematic character for many reasons. I think he's mostly just a grifter. I think his women hatred he really has. But I think the rest are manufactured beliefs to get money, like that guy who gave a bunch of money to him and the Daily Stormer. I mean, that tells you who the kid is. And so I was always going to go after him, always going to expose him, just use the debate to spotlight it and highlight it. And knew I would get brigaded by his fans, but I didn't care about that. And if they're still, if people still want to be fans of him, God bless. But don't be naive and idealistic about who you're getting into bed with. You're getting into bed with a kid who likes to chase after boys in bunny outfits.
Cat outfits.
Oh, are they cat outfits? That's even.
It's a joke. Catboy Cammy, I think, is the guy. But that being said, I don't know. I've never had any interaction with Nick Fuentes. Someone once asked if he would come on my show, and he called me lame. So other than that, I don't know. And my response to him was always the same, and I'll be consistent in this forever. For someone who's trying to save the white race, I have 5 white babies, and he has 0. So, like, I don't know what you're doing, but I know what I'm doing. Although, look, I didn't have babies to save the white race. I had a bunch of babies because I tend to enjoy the process. But that's me.
And kids are great in general. So he was just a problematic guy. I'll be brigaded by those people forever because they love to go around and troll you. The other thing they don't realize is, like, when I leave my replies open in a Fuentes critical tweet, it's for a reason. It's to have all these kids exposed to anybody who's following me. This is what this world is like. Do you want to be associated with these people? Do you want to be affiliated with these people? Look at their language. Look at their style. Look at their manner. They're almost always anonymous because they can't be under their own name with a real photo. But and what is it turned off a whole bunch of people who didn't know who he was, who were hearing bits and pieces. It served its purpose and I don't care about the kid in general, but it was to make sure people didn't get trapped into where institutional powers that be are always going to try to get fascistic elements to infiltrate populist movements, to undermine and sabotage their public appeal, and also to internally create problems for them. And it was to try to protect populism, which is what I care about in the court of public opinion. It means making sure that people like Fuentes are nowhere near it and not considered respected by its primary advocates.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing. I remember someone was talking about you with you. I don't remember. Look, I've had a lot of Rittenhouse rye, and I'm gonna sue your client for it. So I don't remember if they were talking with you or talking about you, but basically, the conversation came down to you're at core a populist. Yep. And right now, populism favors the right, but it hasn't always, and it won't forever. Correct. And so the idea is that if populism shifts towards sort of left-leaning thinking, because sometimes it needs to, right? When we go back to the 1980s and we look at the right, we see authoritarian theocratic rule saying that Dungeons and Dragons is the bane of all existence because it's bringing kids to the devil. And you're like, look, Asmodeus is not the devil. Don't you dare come at me like that, sir. But that's the reality, is that the pendulum swings left and right, but populism remains the same.
And we're talking as many cross-party coalitional allies as we can get. Like I've worked with Bobby Kennedy now better part of a year. And, Bobby Kennedy's on board on criticizing the lockdowns, criticizing forced vaccines, criticizing these public health interventions that are coercive and are questionable in whether they work. And we need that, because if populism is stuck with only one side of the political aisle, it's unlikely to achieve success, because it's against, by its definition, institutional power. And we need all the allies we can get, but the allies we don't need are people who are not allies, but undermine the message and the mission. And that's sort of how I see my perception of it.
Yeah, I agree. Populism, in the same way, I'm an ostensible libertarian, a libertarian. I don't like Libertarian Party. I don't like the libertarian position. What I do with libertarianism is I start with liberty, absolute maximum liberty, as my zero. And I say, okay, where do we go from there to find societal norms? Because if we start with the premise that we need a lot of restrictions, then our zeros move down the number line. I don't like that. I don't like with my number line starting at 6 out of 10. I like my number line always starting at 0. But the libertarian movement has seemed to derail with the idea of fat guys getting naked on stage, which is weird as hell. I don't ever want to see a fat guy naked at any convention ever. But in the same way, it's similar to populism in that it's not really party affiliated. And to me, the like a populist party would be a disaster. The Libertarian Party is a disaster. We need to separate these concepts from political parties, because they aren't. They aren't that.
Well, and I describe myself as my old history professor used to call himself the founder of the Redneck Anarchist Club, and he was a Quaker. And I would say that I'm a populist anarchist. I'm a populist constitutionalist with anarchistic tendencies. Just because when you look at, I can empathize with Malice's arguments, because I was at a governor's school project when I was a high school kid. And the way the project worked, the net effect was you realized, okay, what the state really is we're going to pick 4 people in this room of 100 to govern the rest of us. And they're not only going to have the exclusive right of violence in certain contexts against the rest of us, and exclusive other things. And that was a currency example that they were using and teaching us at this governor's school project for the summer. Sort of a fun, and it was it was a summer camp for Tennessee working class kids who have intellectual proclivities, basically is what it was. Great Governor Ned Ray McWhirter put it together. Right? He's an old school Democrat with populist sensibilities. But I was like, okay, what's the likelihood? And then they were going to have exclusive means of violence against the rest of us. What's the likelihood that the 4 people who end up obtaining the power over the rest of us are the best of us versus the worst of us? And it was from that moment forward that I was like, okay, I see the argument for anarchism.
Well, I like there is a good argument for anarchism, and it comes from is it Emerson or Hemingway? I can't remember.
Well, you could quote both of them in different respects, because Hemingway had some of those streaks, Emerson more so.
There's one very specific essay that he wrote about leave me alone and I will refuse to participate in society. Like,
well, I mean,
let me
Hunter
be.
Thompson had strong anarchistic streaks. If you ever went out to his to his little farmhouse out in Aspen.
Look, don't you quote people in your background. How dare you? All right, let me first of all, what cigar are you smoking there?
So this one is, I'm gonna butcher the French, but Gaige Grosskreutz. So it's a Cuban cigar, but it's named after that part of France. But it's very good.
100. I believe someone gave me one of those at Anime Matsuri, which I was just at. It's a fantastic cigar. I don't know. I know literally nothing about cigars. I'm like the amateur newbie cigar smoker. I only smoke them at conventions and when my children are born. So that means that I have 5 under my belt from the kids and I'm never getting another one. But the anime conventions, I hope I get a whole bunch more because I'm into degeneracy. But that being said, that was a Cuban cigar from Cuba. Very good. Because sometimes you get the Cuban cigars, but they're from like Dominican Republic or whatever.
Yeah. And we get the knockoffs, the bad versions. They actually do an A, a B, and a C, depending on where they're sending it to. So like if you get a limited edition just for France, that may be in the A rather than the B or the C. They send to some other locations. And then you have all the bad knockoffs. But the friend who provides them for me always gets the top of the line.
Out of curiosity, there's a lot of hubbub over the economic sanctions of Cuba right now. What do you think about that situation? How should we handle Cuba, an openly communist regime? I think it's amazing that we have people on Twitter saying that Cuba is self-determinative and that's what they wanted was the communist regime. When you look at the history and you go, wait, no. Look, I look at Cuba during the Castro Revolution and a bunch of, for lack of a better term, a bunch of gay people supported the Castro Revolution. A bunch of social liberals supported the Castro Revolution. What they got was not what they were promised. What they got was deportation. What they got was jailing. Well, and
they got a Cienfuegos special airline trip. For people who don't remember, one of the great Cuban revolutionaries who had more deeply democratic streaks was deeply popular. So Fidel sent him on a special little plane trip where he ended up in the bottom of the ocean. And then Fidel pretends otherwise.
It was an accident. How dare you?
Huh?
It was just an accident. Just a fluke plane accident involving explosives. What are you talking about?
Exactly. But I mean, what's happened is they have the word. Here's the thing. You have a lot of countries that could not follow the leftist lockdown ideology. And Cuba was one of them. This is a country that's economically marginal. Its GDP per capita has basically been flat since 1960. What Cuba did well was they developed human capital. So education went way up. Healthcare went way up. And if you have a totalitarian society where you control what people can buy, you can limit alcoholism, you can limit drug abuse, you can limit gang activities, you can limit crime. So a lot of those things he had tremendous success with. Where he experimented with economic a little bit of free market economics at a small scale through the 60s, shut it down in 1969, in part because small businesses were smuggling in guns to try to get them, whacked. But the 70s and the 80s, the Soviet Union really saved them, provided so many benefits to them that they had a very safe, secure lifestyle. Still not free politically, still not free economically, still not free socially. As you know, if you were gay, chances were you were sent to a camp and disappeared in Cuba.
Done. Great book is Before Night Falls by Reynaldo Arenas, a huge advocate for not the gay community, which is interesting because the gay community tried to co-opt Reynaldo Arenas. But when you read it, his book is about sexual liberty, not about gayness in specific. And he talks about the sexual revolution in Cuba and what was going on. You had Castro generals out there engaging in specific acts of very intense sodomy. I don't know how else to explain it, but Castro generals doing that, and then those people simultaneously their their compatriots in in their activity, being jailed for life until the United States opens its borders and Cuba sends its criminals over. But a lot of them were literal political prisoners brought over because they did not agree with the fascist state.
Completely. And so when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989, by 1991, Cuba was in severe, severe trouble. I mean, you had people living off whatever animal they could, keep in their bathtub. I mean, that was going to be dinner for the next week. I mean, it was atrocious. And so Castro shifted gears, opened up the country to tourism, opened up some limited degrees of free enterprise, and he used his personal capital because I always described as Castro as Papa Fidel, both, good Papa, bad Papa. That's how a lot of Cubans saw it. So there wasn't like pure antipathy like the Cubans in Miami have towards him. And there was a lot of mixed emotions depending on which generation somebody was in.
The Cubans in Miami were literally imprisoned by Fidel Castro. So they have a particular bias against him.
And they had family members whacked, and they haven't forgot or forgiven.
Right. But the general populace of Cuba, who didn't have family members killed, who weren't put in prisons and who weren't shipped out of the country, they saw, I had a Fourth Amendment professor who said very simply and very succinctly, tyranny is extremely efficient. And you find that in communist regimes, you find that in any totalitarian regime, you have tyranny and it goes ahead and it solves a whole bunch of problems really quickly. And it's why I'm always leery of the populist movement, because the populist movement, it's why I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. I did vote for him in 2020, but the populism of Trump in 2016 kind of scared me because I'm like, wait a minute, this guy is saying a lot of things about a free press that I disagree with. This guy's saying things about speech that I disagree with. Turns out, of course, he's one of the best presidents overall on speech and press in modern history. But that being said, like I know that totalitarianism and authoritarianism leads to some very good and bad results at home. Good results in the short term for the people who want it. Bad results for the fringe and the marginalized, which is what free speech and free press are supposed to protect. But that's the deal you got with Castro is you got a lot of people kicked out, but you got a lot of people at home who are like, no, this guy's fine. Like you said, he fixed education, he fixed healthcare, and what he did was, well, he jailed all the gays.
Yeah. So where you feel on that one? But like you were very, very safe in Cuba. Crime extremely low. So it was. I used to tell people it's a great place to be from a certain perspective, depending on what priorities you value. But I could see how kids and elderly loved it in the sense that you're completely safe. It's a very familial, family-oriented place and culture. You can let your kids play in the street. You don't worry a second.
You'd rather be in Cuba, anywhere in Cuba, than in Rio de Janeiro at the same time frame. Oh, Rio de Janeiro becomes one of the most dangerous places on earth through the 80s.
Or right across the water in the Dominican Republic. Definitely more than Haiti. You definitely want to live in Cuba more than you want to live in. And the other thing is people forget half of that.
Still want to live in Cuba more than Haiti.
That's unless you're Doc Duvier or you're that character from Live and Let Die, from James Bond, which is basically a documentary on the good on Baby Doc and Papa Doc. But Bill Clinton always looked at and said, I would really love to be that guy. That's how Billy Boy reacted to it. But so they go through the early 90s. They save him. He saves the country with his personal combination of his personal charisma and tourism. But tourism was always going to create cracks. And the more they created independent entrepreneurialism for small scale level, that was going to create cracks because it would create economic differences. It would create social differences. That would create some divisiveness that didn't previously exist in the society. Cubans would see the wealth that other parts of the world have when came in. They didn't see that when the Soviets are visiting. They're not seeing some great wealth, but now they're seeing Canadians, Americans, Europeans come there with all this capital, all this disposable income, all of this wealth. And so it was going to create, conflict. But Raul kept it sort of at a lid after Fidel had his accident and couldn't really move around much anymore. But once the Castros were gone and you no longer had the Castro personal appeal to the older generations, the younger generations were never really into it, but the older generations were for a variety of reasons. And that's because like the West and some of the pro-Castro folks or anti-Castro folks from Cuba don't really admit, Batista was atrocious. He used to leave people's dead bodies in the street for their mothers to find. I mean, the guy was the bottom. The mafia was not kind in the way they ruled their part of Cuba. Nor were U.S. companies who just exploited people left and right. They deliberately left people illiterate without basic health care. So there's a reason for that older generation to have some romanticized views of Castro. And again, some mixed views too. But the younger population, much less so. Now that both of them are out of power, Fidel himself dead, I was curious. I told people the next time they suffer a serious problem, this whole system may tumble. Because I was there and I saw, hypothetically speaking, had been there multiple times over a 10-year time period. And I saw things at the end that I'd never seen before. Street riots happened right off the gate. That never happened initially when I went there. And it was unimaginable. Cops on the take. Never happened when I initially went there. And so okay, this system is going to fall apart at the moment there's some crack that breaks. And Cuba could not afford to lock down. That's 20% or more of their economy. It's a lot of their foreign currency they obtain. And then they couldn't afford to lock down internally. I mean, this is a labor-driven society. It's not a labor-driven economy. It's not a place that can just quit working. And so but the left so loved the lockdowns under this great fear that they are going to kill some of the most leftist governments in the world. And Cuba's in more trouble now, because I know of people and have contacts with people that are there, more trouble now than any time since 1991, and they have no Fidel Castro to save them anymore. So that's why you're going to see massive repression, repeated shutting down of the internet. There'll be police shootings. There'll be mass imprisonment. They're going to try that first, but I don't know how long it can last. Because at the end of the day, if they start losing, Fidel was very good making sure he never lost a cop or a soldier. He made sure those people were the most loyal. The more those people are not, and they're of a generation that isn't, that's when the whole system crumbles overnight. Because that's how Batista fell apart. It wasn't because Fidel and his 7 buddies in the mountains really toppled him. It was because the military and the police lost confidence in Batista, were enraged at Batista and wouldn't fight for him. And that's why Fidel and Cuba is at the closest point to toppling it has ever been.
Right. I want to address something. Pepsi Man in chat says Nick sure likes to talk about. Wait, no, that's not the one. He says, where was it? Oh my gosh. Neither Nick nor Robert are willing to engage his actual views, his being Nick Fuentes. Look,
I've engaged all of his views. I mean, I had a 2-hour debate with him on the Israel topic, but the reality of what his views are, his fanboys pretend his views aren't what they are. They pretend he didn't say what he said about all of this stuff. I'm sorry, immigration is not about keeping brown people out. And if you make that about the issue, you're going to lose on the immigration issue in public opinion. If you make all of foreign policy, America first, about keeping the Jews down, you're going to lose in the court of public opinion. If you say women shouldn't vote, you're not going to expand the popular appeal of America first. If you say we should go back to Jim Crow laws and interracial marriage should be banned, and you attack people like Lauren Southern for this, who has exposed all kinds of problems around the world, I'm sorry, you're limiting your appeal. And the other thing I find fascinating is all of his fanboys that say we shouldn't attack fellow people on the right. Well, first of all, Fuentes isn't really on the right. I consider fascist part of the extreme, where the alt-left and the alt-right live and intermingle together and often have the same personal picadillos. That's another story. But in the same context, he spends more time and his people spend more time bashing people on the right than they do anything. This is a group that decided to heckle Donald Trump Jr., one of the best advocates for populism in the country. That they're not a people that are owed respect, but I address his positions all the time. The problem is his positions.
My issue is simple. Look, I'll talk to just about anybody, within some reasonable level. But Nick Fuentes rejected me. I am the jilted lover. I didn't get an opportunity to address his positions. I don't even know what they are. I don't follow him. I don't watch his videos. and that's not personal to him. I don't follow or watch hardly anything that overlaps in any way with what I'm talking about, because I'm going to talk about it. I don't need someone else's opinion on it to inform me. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to research the subject. I'm going to make my own opinion on it. Nick Fuentes, I'd be happy to talk to. He chose not to talk to me. Like, that's not my choice. That's not me refusing to engage his positions. I don't know what they are. I'd give him the time of day if he wanted, but he chose not to do that. And
I'm one of the few people that gave him a platform to debate solely on the time. I didn't attack him at all personally throughout the whole debate. I was always going to expose him afterwards, but throughout the debate was very courteous, very civil, just focused on the issues. I haven't, been lobbying Alex Jones to remove him in any video of his from the thing. Haven't done any of that. I actually spoke out publicly against if he was put on a no-fly list or him being banned from Twitter. But that doesn't mean,
both of those are shit moves. Like, if he is
completely.
actually on a no-fly list, that is a weaponization of a federal program that is a quasi-state actor through the airlines to put people on no-fly lists.
Yeah.
And that's garbage. He shouldn't be on a no-fly list, and he also shouldn't be removed from Twitter. But that doesn't mean that his ideas are valid necessarily, or not necessarily.
Well, and that's why I'm all for his ideas being fully exposed. That's why I leave my Twitter replies open when I talk about them, because I want these people to talk. The other thing that was fun was I bet somebody before I went in the debate, I was like, I'm going to get Nick Fuentes' fans to use my terminology in the debate repeatedly afterwards. And so we had a little side base like that's never going to happen, because they had a certain perception of his fanboys and the rest. But they have. I mean, in fact, they think they're attacking me with it because I wanted everybody to get the idea of Islamofascism. And so that, and what was great, I said, told this guy, watch, these kids are going to repeat this over and over. They're going to attack me for talking about Islamofascism. And of course, that's what they've done. He who defines the terms wins the debate. So they could have learned that better. But I did all substantive policies with the kid, but he's not a good influence. He's a negative influence. His views are morally horrendous, and it is his positions that are the problem. And I almost never see a defense of his actual positions. Most of the attacks on me are almost all personal attacks. That's why I leave the replies open. I was like, people watch. Will they come back with, no, we think this on this issue, or really he meant this on this subject, or here's where we agree or disagree, so on and so forth. 90% of them are just personal attacks, just 90% of them. And it's because that's their mindset mentality. It's his positions that are the problem, unfortunately.
The last thing I want to say about Islamofascist, or not Islam, fucking, God damn it, Barnes.
See, it sticks in your brain. That's the sign of that people think you win a debate by somebody calling you a winner, and these kids are all obsessed with that, being called winners or whatnot. You win a debate by having the terms of the debate. This is like important for trials too. You want certain ideas to stick in a juror's mind, and that may be counter what people think you're trying to do in a situation, but you're actually achieving that. Trump was brilliant at this. That's how Trump trolled people into putting out images that he knew would help him in branding, or would shift the subject matter to a debate that helped him.
How dare you suggest that pseudo-nude images of Melania Trump would help Donald Trump?
This is genius. Well, it finally dawned on me, because I'd watched so many of his speeches. I was like, why does he always have the escalator going like this? And then I realized, he always says, when I rode down the escalator with Melania, and he does the escalator right before Melania. It's like he's creating a visual image while supposedly talking about the escalator of Melania. It's like, I mean, the guy was a genius at multiple levels. The way he could troll the media into covering whatever topic he wanted them covered was just brilliant. Just brilliant. At multiple, he did it repeatedly. If he was trying to avoid a negative story, he would create a controversy where they thought they were hurting him when they didn't realize they were helping him, most importantly, by not covering a story that would do more damage to him. A story that would have been A1 ends up C8 in the newspaper. And unfortunately, it was easy to troll those kids. I mean, most of them are just kids. They're misdirected. And they've become part of a cult of personality thing, but they should start to think for themselves, start to reevaluate their positions and say, is this who I really want to be? I want to be this kind of person saying these kind of things, because it's not it's like David Duke, he would build up a little fan club, but over time they would figure out who he is and go away.
The last thing I wanted to say about Nick Fuentes, not about Islamist fascism. Pepsi Man is suggesting that my statement that her have kids is a non sequitur or is a straw man argument. No, I firmly believe that the way to influence the next generation is to actually influence the next generation. And the way you do that is either teach or have kids. Nick Fuentes, his message is America first. And in a lot of cases, it's Western man or white man first. And that I'm not criticizing that position, but I'm saying if your idea is protecting the white lineage or protecting sort of Western European culture, but you don't have kids and you're not engaged in teaching other than YouTube, you're not actually engaging in a meaningful way children. You're not raising the next generation. Nick Fuentes is engaging the 18 to 35 demographic. Sure, that's great. And I commend him for it. Go ahead, do it to the best of your ability. But if you're not raising children, you're not making people who are immune from the conditioning, who are immune from influence. That is, this is such a cop-out argument. I know you won't understand until you have kids, which again is not a logical argument. It's just a real one. But when you have children, you have the opportunity to directly and impactfully influence their lives. It's not like anything you do online. It's not like anything you do in a classroom. You have the opportunity to take children and make them a force for whatever your agenda is in the world. For me, that agenda is being good, being respectful, and respecting liberty. That's what I want to instill in my kids, to understand why the United States was founded and what goes forward. I don't know what Nick Fuentes wants to instill in children. He doesn't have any. And until he does, he is literally failing the mission that he has to save, quote unquote, the white race, because he hasn't done it. He hasn't done any. He's created some temporary memes, and sure, that's fine, but go ahead and actually impact the next generation in a real way. And until you do, I don't find that a straw man. I would tell anybody who wants to impact the next generation to do the exact same thing. And if you haven't done it, like, look, at the end of the day, Nick Fuentes is what, 22, 23? He's got a long life ahead of him. And if he doesn't get his head out of his ass and get a woman and start to actually create the next generation, then he's just a bitch grifter online. And until he actually does that, and if he takes himself out of the sexual marketplace, if he takes himself out of the ability to raise the next generation, then he's abdicating his responsibility to his own mission. And that's fucking basic bitch shit. People do it all the time.
If you believe demographics are destiny, then you should be part of demographics. And so the people that aren't probably really don't down deep believe demographics are destiny, that they're just pushing their own little pitch. The Palestinians believe demographics are destiny, and hence lots of families with lots of kids. And so so that sort of mindset. But the kid is who he is. I mean, he's not worth too much hassle. It's more that this is a recurrent theme, because like Trump could have distanced himself better from the alt-right. Cernovich sent the signal at the deplorable. These people need to be disassociated from Trumpism. Richard Spencer really believed that alt-right beliefs was why Trump won. He didn't understand it had nothing to do with why Trump won. And that's why he was kind of shocked at his own quick marginalization. But Trump was vulnerable at Charlottesville because he hadn't done what Bill Clinton did with Sister Souljah. When people say, oh, this never happens on the left. Yes, it does. They're just very smart about it. Bill Clinton did a sit down at a C-SPAN televised event with Jesse Jackson right next to him. And he spent the whole time ripping on rap music using Sister Souljah. Why? Because Clinton was trying to create a distance between him and what were considered problematic aspects of the then black urban left. To some degree, that's what Trump should have done with the alt-right. He so distrusted the media that he just assumed they were making everything up. And even though they were a tiny group, he would have had no problems in Charlottesville if he would have followed the lead that Cernovich laid out to find some pretext to take shots at these losers. And it would have made Charlottesville a non-story.
Okay, that's like I said, that's about it. Look, again, the important point in this is Fuentes. I didn't talk to him or whatever, but Fuentes rejected me out of kind. I've never, ever rejected having him on my show. He is the one who said that I was quote unquote lame and he wouldn't come on. That's something to consider on this. I don't want to sit and talk about Nick Fuentes. I literally don't care what he does. I wish him the best, all the success. Look, everybody I talk about, I want them to be successful. I want them to make money in a capitalist system. I'm not a commie. I'm not a totalitarian. I want people to succeed where they succeed. Nick Fuentes can succeed. Go ahead. It's not me stopping him from coming on this show. It's not me stopping me from going on his show. I will go all over the place. That is, again, something to consider about Nick Fuentes. I think he's silly. I think he needs to maybe reassess his priorities. And if I ever had the chance to talk to him, I'd say, man, look, if you want to affect the future, go have some fucking kids, because it's going to change how you live. It's going to change how you do things. It's going to change how you see the future, and it's going to change your faith in humanity. That's what kids do. They ruin your entire life. But again, it's not me rejecting him. So let's move on from that subject. Puggernaut says, Barnes, a man with a large heart among other body parts in Fayetteville, Arkansas, needs your help. He's being charged with aggravated assault after defending himself from a sissy hypnotist executing the Hassel doctrine on him. Have you followed this thing between Boogie and Frank Hassel?
No, I have not.
So Frank Hassel is an internet troll. That's his job. That's what he does. He goes around.
Isn't that the name of the Punisher?
Frank Castle with a C is the name of the Punisher. Frank Hassel with an H.
This guy's last name is Hassel? Like hassling people?
No, that's his internet moniker.
Okay.
So he goes and he shit talks this guy, Boogie 24 or 2988 or whatever, for months on Facebook and YouTube or whatever, and Twitter. And he gets him to get into a heated debate. And then he shows up at Boogie's house. He knocks on the door and says some things to him. And instead of Boogie doing the reasonable thing and calling the cops, he actually comes outside. He lives in a school zone, by the way, with a revolver, and he fires one off into the air indiscriminately, not shooting Boogie in self-defense, because Boogie doesn't make a move towards, Frank doesn't make a move towards Boogie at all. He shoots into the air to signify that he is serious. And then he reports it to the police, and the police end up charging him with felony aggravated assault, which by the law, I think they should. I think that's the right thing.
Is that felony aggravated assault?
Yeah, in Arkansas it is.
How is just shooting a gun in the air? So he never physically battered him.
He didn't batter him.
He just shot it. So he put him in fear? So he put in fear of bodily harm? How are you in fear of bodily harm by a shot going up in the air? It's not like it's Cinco de Mayo in Mexico City where like 5 people get hit with all the bullets that are going up in the air. Hey, how is that? Is that the man? Arkansas is becoming sad. Normally, I mean, heck, in Arkansas, historically, he's lucky he didn't end up in a swamp somewhere or in a coal mine.
Yeah, interestingly, I think Boogie would have been better off shooting Frank and killing him than firing a warning shot. Now, the problem with Boogie's case, though, is pretty simple. The night before this happens, he goes on an interview with Keemstar, Drama Alert, huge YouTube channel, like 8 million subscribers. And he says, "Come to my house, Frank, and I will put you in the ground. You come here and I'll be happy to kill you." A whole bunch of statements about premeditation and using self-defense as a pretext for assault. But the long story short,
rule, not just never in writing and always in cash, never recording, never in writing, never recorded. And
what are you doing? Never get on the internet with an 8 million subscriber YouTube channel. Be like, yeah, I'm going to kill you if you come to my house. So the ultimate problem with Boogie's case is, of course, Frank never physically threatens him, never advances on him in any way. Boogie invites him to the house. He comes to the house. He knocks on the door. Boogie should have never opened the door. He should have called the cops, says there's a trespasser. He doesn't do that. He comes outside, gun loaded, and then he ends up firing into the air. And under the Arkansas statute, firing into the air is a quintessential use of deadly force.
They're wanting to deter it because you're putting a person in fear of imminent bodily harm.
Right. And it's a bad situation. I don't know if he's going to get convicted. Look, as much as I think it's funny, I don't think Boogie should go to prison over this. I think they should plea it down to disorderly conduct. Give him maybe $100 to $1,000 fine, somewhere in there, and say, you know what? If you want to have guns again, you need to do a gun safety course. You need to get a mental health evaluation, because he has a ton of mental health problems. It wasn't even his gun, all of that stuff. But you need to do a gun safety course, mental health evaluation. Then we'll restore your Second Amendment rights. But Boogie did what Boogie did. So very funny. BG Willia 21207 says, Robert, finally we get a true counselor of law. We need to convince that their pettifogger of a host that Australia is not a fake place. Can you confirm that Australia is in fact real?
Definitely. I've been there. I had a client, represented a client in Australia.
Listen, was it really Australia, or was it like Ohio or Idaho? Did you just circle in the air for a while? Did you verify that this was actually Australia?
The women pick up the men in Australia. I knew I was in
That's
Australia.
why I don't believe it's real.
They have great bars in Australia. I describe people as I was like, when I got to Sydney, I was kind of surprised because you hear all the Australian accents, all the rest. I said basically it's Boston by a different ocean. That's about it. That's what, except the women pick up the men. Other than that, it's basically, at least Sydney was the same. Now, my client was Larry Williams, whose daughter was then had recently been dating and had a child with Heath Ledger, who was the prominent Australian, and so there was some notoriety involved and whatnot. He had a lot of fascinating stories, but I liked Australia. A pretty laid back country.
Now we've really got it. Lockdown. Now you're confirmed Fed. We know, because Australia can't be listen, you can't have an island that is completely hostile to human existence, be inhabited by a bunch of criminals, and produce the most attractive women on the planet. It doesn't work. Barnes, you're never going to convince me.
Have you ever been to Brazil? I mean, you talk about between Brazil and Colombia. Brazil, Colombia, and Cuba. And you could argue certain parts of Ukraine, because the whole thing with Ukraine was Peter wanted to get his sailors to leave Russia and go to the Black Sea. So he's like, how am I going to do this? And basically, he just brought together some of the most attractive women from all that part of the world to that part of Ukraine. And that's why you still have a disproportionate number of Ukrainian models and all of that. There also, if you look at the genetic ancestry of Ukrainian women, it's like 7 or 8 genetic ancestors compared to Ukrainian men. And so it's fascinating. But like Brazil, that's a whole different. I had a
Here I am thinking, okay, I've got Barnes's kink nailed. He just nailed Brazil, Colombia, and Cuba all in the same sentence. But then you threw the curveball, because I was going to rebut you with, but those Ukrainian women, though.
Yeah,
that's what.
They're in top 4. No question. I mean, just for a crazy. There's a reason why a disproportionate number of models are come from those regions. It's for good cause. Good cause.
Look, they did the work. They starved through the Holodomor, and they deserved it. They win. The denialist says 4chan is so powerful that Operation OKKK was perpetrated without us even doing anything but vague plans on our image board. StarCraft SF says, Barnes, I'm a firearms instructor in Texas, and arguably because of my background and training, am a use of force expert, having law enforcement, military, and bond enforcement. How does one become an expert witness in court? This is a great
all
question.
You need is the background. All you need.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at an expert, one is that you have knowledge that is outside the ordinary knowledge of a jury. That's it. Mm-hmm. Your skill set, your experience, your education, whatever the source of that is. And for constitutional reasons, their ability under Daubert or other decisions to hold it has been watered down. So judges can't really keep out experts the way they used to, because you have a right. If that person has any experience or any education that's outside the ordinary knowledge of the jury, that's what qualifies as an expert. Now, in terms of the quality of the expert, honestly, that's 90% testimonial skill and 10% your actual experience or education. You know, I've had cases where I had it's always best to have the top expert in the world. I always compare it to Jack Nicholson in the movie Wolf, where he's trying to figure out a wolf bite, and he asks the guy, give me the top 3 books, just the top 3 books. It's that's the same thing you want from an expert, where they're like, wow, that's like the government did a good job in Chauvin of getting the guy who wrote the book. Now, if you looked at the actual book, it wasn't anywhere near like what they were pretending it was. It wasn't near as important as they pretended it was. There was nothing in that book that talked about his magical ability to tell breathing from a video. That was just garbage. But that they sold it well, because that was an old school personal injury civil rights lawyer who was the African-American lawyer who was lead of the case. So he understood visuals. He's probably done that 100 times. And what you do is you put that big treatise with a big fancy name on it with some crazy language. And think, man, that dude must be a real expert. So that always helps. But the best part is if you can tell a story well to a jury and know how well to handle cross-examination, that's the best expert. But anybody can qualify if you have any education or expertise beyond that. And if you want to develop the skill set, you can put yourself up on a bunch of expert consulting websites that exist where people can find you. You can make your name known to lawyers that are practicing in an area where your expertise could be helpful. You could reach out to lawyers that are involved in cases like these. Like I said, people can reach out, go to my barneslawllp.com website, contact if you want to contribute or help. You think you can help with a Rittenhouse case. We're putting together a dream team of people to volunteer to assist wherever their expertise can assist. But that's a way to do so. Also, watch other experts that are in your field or any experts and say, what made that expert effective? What made that expert ineffective? Learn and borrow from it. There's a reason cops become really good witnesses, because they do it a lot and see a lot of other people do it a lot. And it's that lived experience that makes them so skilled on the stand.
Yeah, and the rest of it is marketing. The rest of it is convincing lawyers that you are a use of force expert, that you can.
And just be careful what you publicly market, and be careful with your social media post if it's known it's you, because all that now is exploitable on cross-examination. Right. It's a messy
market
thing. Your skill set. Don't market stuff that could come back to haunt you at a trial.
Right. Like that's I think what plagues Andrew Branco right now is he's a use of force expert. He's very interesting, but because of his particular his political views and public commentary, people attack that about him, which is silly because
vulnerability. He's still a great self-defense. I mean, I'm hoping to have him as well as part of the dream team. I'm not announcing a lot of their names. I'm going to let them announce themselves at a certain point, because they may want to be public, may not want to be public. But he's the kind of person who can be a great help in cases like Rittenhouse.
Yeah, I had him on to discuss the Ahmaud Arbery case, and he's got he's like one of the go-to use of force defense experts there is.
Oh yeah.
And with good reason. He knows his stuff very well. Frosthammer says, always great to see Barnes talk. Would love to see Ty Beard and Barnes chew the day about history. Yeah, you're kind of a history buff or whatever. Something like that. Clement Poe says, balls or no balls? Subscriber to both your locals. Keep up the great work. Well, I guess we have the question. If you have a FUTA, as we discussed earlier, do you have balls or no balls?
I don't have a FUTA. No, sorry. No chance. I'll leave that as a Nick Fuentes specialty.
He rejects the question.
I reject the premise. That's always a good way to answer an argument to a judge. Don't ever let a judge trap you that way. Don't ever let a lawyer trap you that way. Always
don't you dare. Don't you Ayn Rand me. You get out of here. Jared says, I'm sure you would love to have him. I'd really appreciate a Rackets Malice stream. Michael Malice.
Yeah.
Also, love Barnes' insights in his hush hush quote episodes. Look, I'd have most people online for an interview if they would bring viewers and bring interesting commentary. Michael Malice
and
is
Malice is a crazy funny guy. He was just doing Alex Jones got a big kick because of the Malice's model girlfriend. He was actually very, very smart, very sharp. Classic Malice. That fit Malice. But yeah, funny guy, nice guy. But he can be tough to schedule for an interview because I've been trying to get him on Sidebar, and he just kind of. I interviewed him when I was doing a show for the summer during the pandemic last summer when I was doing the show with Alex Jones. But he's very well informed, the best advocate and articulate advocate for anarchism as a political philosophy, really in the country. And in my view, maybe the best since Lysander Spooner at the end of the 19th century. Put his anarchist handbook that goes through the anarchist history and different sort of iconic arguments for anarchism is very, very effective. Obviously, I don't agree with him on everything, but brilliant insights, funny guy, very nice guy. I think what people would probably be most surprised by and respect. Like I remember talking to Viva about it, and he's like, man, that guy comes across so aggressive on Twitter. That's how he knew Malice, because Malice is kind of a troll on Twitter, a good troll, but that's Malice's demeanor on Twitter. But I was like, really, the guy's a sweetheart of a human being. If you're ever around him, he's a very, very nice guy.
Yeah, I've never met him. I'd love to talk to him at some point. Jared says Trump was a great start to populism, making a serious start into the modern mainstream. I'm working on a long form article on Trump, his effect, and the need for someone who understands populism and how to fight for it today. Also younger and able to make the right hires.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any comments about that, but
Trump is a great marketer who's an instinctual populist. What needs to be there is an architect and engineers to make it more long lasting. And it was the main reason I entered sort of the court of public opinion was to advocate for it. And part of it was to defend Trump and defend some people against the media onslaught that was occurring. But, I could, it's weird. I get from these never Trumpers or other people, I get, grifter and what. It's like the easiest way for me to make money is to stay low key and I can write my own check with tax clients till the day I die and make a lot more money than doing pro bono cases, doing public interest cases, doing contingency fee cases, spending a lot of time in the court of public opinion. Like however good locals get, it will never get close to equalizing the time I spend on it is if I was doing legal work would, it just can't compare. But it was important because there need to be more public intellectual advocates in the court of public opinion for, what I call populist constitutionalism with a little bit of an anarchist take. But basically challenging the state and the abuse and misuse of power by the state. But there need to be more, and I'm hoping there are more. I'm looking at trying to create a legal society of people with a certain populist, libertarian inclination, maybe even some of the anarchists that are lawyers, but people that oppose state power when misused and abused, whether it's through the so-called private corporate form or the institutions of the state directly, because there needs to be something to counterbalance the ACLU and the Federalist Society and the Southern Poverty Law Center that are down deep elitist institutions at heart that don't often care about ordinary people.
Oh, please rope me in on that. Because I hate everybody involved. Matt the Bee says, I'll catch this later, but know that your punishment for being late is to hunt and excessively kill Dead, the elusive rainbow dildo butt monkey, known to be found in British libraries attempting to pass itself off as a reading tutor for children ages 4 to 11. Did you see this news story?
Yes. It was just, all these stories are like Babylon Bee, Onion stories from 5 years ago. And yet, I had to read when I saw the lawsuit against the Despicable Me character, I was like, this can't be true.
Right. It's got to be fake. This is the same as the Lizzo crushing someone from crowd dive or stage diving. This can't be real.
Exactly. And the site that originally published it was that one that's called Not the Babylon Bee. So I thought, oh, this is a sardonic. And then I clicked through and it's a New York Post link. And then it's the local Florida. I was like, oh my goodness. This is what the left also doesn't understand. They vindicated the evangelical right, which by the way, goes back the greatest testament to what you're talking about. If you really believe something, teach it and raise children that believe it. Look at the war they've waged on evangelical Christians since the 1960s.
Yeah,
and evangelical Christians have stayed the same percentage of the population and have become more politically active and informed Why? Because they have kids, they homeschool, or they set up their own private schools, and they have been completely resistant. Their children have been completely resistant to this cultural onslaught from the wokesters and the leftists. And so it's a testament to that it means to be able to resist bad ideas. It really goes way back. I mean, when I was at Yale, I did a project on the way the film tries to demonize certain groups, and I was trying to figure out why. Back then, it was African Americans and poor whites in particular. And you dig in, it's his groups that ancestrally have an alternative narrative to the institutional narrative. The institutions try to demonize to say, you don't want to be near those groups. You don't want to be associated with them. You don't want to be affiliated with them. So they do it in popular culture. They do it in other places, which they try to do to evangelicals, but unsuccessfully because of the way they've managed to show here's how effective resistance can look like in the real world. This is why, great. I like Sagar and whatnot and Crystal Ball. But like Sagar was saying that the future of politics is Dave Portnoy and Barstool Sports. No, it's not. He's going to have a role, but 1/4 of the population are evangelical Christians. They are not going anywhere. They have lots of kids, and their kids believe what they believe overwhelmingly. So the idea that evangelical Christians are going to disappear because people hang out at the Barstool Sports world, which I like for other reasons, but that's not going to be the driving motive in Republican conservative politics. Evangelicals are always going to be leading that train.
Yeah, and I was going to say something, but at the end of the day, I just agree. I just agree. Evangelicals raise their children. Obviously, I'm a homeschooler. I was raised Catholic, but I think I qualify as evangelical now because I don't go to Catholic church. But the idea is simple. And when you meet down-to-earth people who are raising their own kids outside the school system, it's nothing special. They don't think they're better than anybody else. They don't think that they're more appropriate to raise their kids. What they say is, look, I don't like what's going on here. I don't trust the government to do it. And so therefore, now I have to. And that's the misunderstanding of the evangelical community. Is it's not that they want to spend 8 hours a day raising their children, doing the job of the school. No, most of them don't. It's anathema to them. Most of them went through public school, but now they go, I have to. There's no other option because of the indoctrination, because of the attempt to paint us as horrible people. We have to do something other than what we're doing.
And they don't want weird rainbow guy trying to being like Uncle Joe Biden saying, hey, come sit on my lap. By the way, did you see Kyle Dunnigan's like his riff off of Joe Biden? It's from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but it's the Fresh President of DC.
No, I haven't seen that.
It's great. I think it's like episode 3. It is die hard. He's got a Ben Shapiro on there. He's got Hunter Biden. He's got AOC, and he's got Bill Maher, and it's just brilliant satire all the way through.
I'll check that out. That sounds good. Blaine 20 says the prosecutor in Kyle's case is an arrogant prick who can't read statutes. I hope Kyle won't have to suffer long. It's not that we have a montage. It's not often that we have a montage of video evidence of one's obvious use of self-defense multiple times. And
I won't get into it in detail now, but there may be other evidence that the feds are sitting on that is also completely exculpatory. That will be a story to come out. That there's other evidence that the Biden administration shows Kyle is innocent, and that I have reason to believe they're hiding from the world.
I can't believe when I read the complaint. So here's what I thought. I saw the videos. I'm like, okay, this kid's innocent. Government's going to railroad him. They're going to write a completely unfriendly complaint. And then I'm down in Florida. I'm at my parents' house. So I'm like crippled in production in general. And I pull up the complaint and I said, oh my God, if I was the defense, I would write this complaint. Like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. They have to know. That's
why they're lying about him. That's why they're doubling down on the lies. That's why they're trying to inflame the trial. That's why they will pull every trick in the book. And like I said, I anticipate, perjured witnesses to go up and create false testimonies, that they will do everything possible to railroad him at trial. They're already trying to do so in the court of public opinion. It's just not working to the degree they wanted it to. They won't be able to get away with what the Chauvin prosecutors did. because we have the team that knows the skill set to push back against that. But it's a real war, and people who underestimate the power of the government to create false stories that they can convince a corrupt media to sell to a gullible public.
Facts Not Feelings says, Barnes, what's your reaction when Huber dad flipped the bird at 45 minutes and 11 seconds to the judge at Kyle's bail hearing? If the judge is made aware, could a contempt of court fine be possible? Nick as Trump. Kyle and Lucas Gerhard. Have you heard of Lucas Gerhard? Wonderful kid. Terrific kid out of Michigan. Wonderful guy. Are great and innocent Americans with crooked prosecutors. By the way, have you heard of Lucas Gerhard's case?
Oh, yeah. I've been following that case. It's they're going to take it up to the Michigan Supreme Court, right?
Yeah, I think so. They're going to take them up on the preliminary motion to dismiss. That's the most amazing thing to me. You have a law that says, look, if there's a presumption, and this is what you were talking about earlier, I don't remember the specific doctrine, but if a law can be read in favor of the defendant in a criminal case, it has to be.
Yeah,
and
the rule of lenity.
Lenity, yeah, the rule of alinity. Look, I didn't throw the cat, I tossed it. With Lucas Gerhard specifically, like, this is definitely not a threat. There's no way you can read this as a threat. And the statute even says, if there's even a shred of doubt, you have to go ahead and presume that this is free speech, unless you have specific evidence to the contrary. They haven't produced any, of course. I mean, which is
and this is all part of, like I've been telling people, it's not a coincidence. This started with the Michael Strickland case that I got involved with the appellate stage in Portland, Oregon, where he was targeted, where he just defended himself briefly, brandished a weapon. They charged him with a crime instead of all the Antifa types that had previously assaulted him. There's a reason why McCloskey was prosecuted, even in Missouri. So this is a broader pattern. They want to criminalize self-defense in America. That's the goal. Their goal with attacking the Second Amendment just isn't about guns. It's about taking away your right of self-defense, because that's what the Second Amendment really protects, as Scalia made clear.
And it's about chilling your exercise of the right. Like, that's the other thing. They want you, rather than pulling the gun and putting a bullet in the person attacking you, they want you scared to pull the gun in the first place. Exactly. Because if they do that, they've defeated self-defense. And that's the terrifying part for me.
Down deep, these people still believe that guns should only be used for old English Fox Club, royal hunters. That's who these people are.
Right. That's why they enshrined it in the Constitution, was those very important hunting practices, nothing else. Exactly. Crusader says, may Allah bring dark hours and disaster upon Canada, that wretched nation of leafs and cowards with an insufferably smug demeanor and an unearned sense of superiority in any respect, except Viva, though. That's what we got to add into there.
I mean, Viva's been really red-pilled over this experience.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny watching him go from, like, look, I'm a happy family YouTube video maker, to I'm going to run for government because it's corrupt.
Exactly. But it shows how bad the system is. Because an honest system like that should not, I think we briefly lost Nick, should not be in a position or not be in a situation where you have someone like Viva be the guy who it gets radicalized by the process. He's someone that they should persuade. Aha, Nick has returned.
I somehow deleted, like, my internet went out and I deleted myself from the stream, but I'm back.
Yeah, maybe it was a Canadian Justin Trudeau attack.
He put blackface on my internet router and it was canceled. Bad Dragonite says, you talking about the armor reminds me of that trailer for Star Wars Battlefront 2, where some stormtroopers showed up and actually managed to hit enemies, and the characters they save say, I don't know. I didn't know they were sending special forces. That's good. Felipe Mouve. No, I read that one. Xeno Guy 3 says, follow up from Matsuri, put together a D&D stream with Vic. Griff for crits, unless I haven't played before, is Vic's nice code. Look, Vic, I'm reading old chats here. No, Vic has never played D&D, but I think we need to move on from those, because I think that's old. Here we go. Where are we? Here we go. Crusader says, Kyle didn't do wrong, but I wish he didn't do it. 17 is too young to kill, and for what? Even if he is innocent, God willing, he will be. Can he get a job after this? Leave his wife at home safely. Let his kids walk home from school. We all failed this, kids. What do you say about that?
Kyle was traumatized by what took place. I mean, this is a kid who'd never been through anything like this. And to really understand him, know that, growing up, it was between maybe I'll be a cop, maybe I'll go in the military. But the main part was maybe I'll be a nurse. And that explains his mindset. He thinks in terms of protecting others. He thinks in terms of protecting people. If you watch it, people who watch, experts have talked to me, and they're like, they were shocked at how long this kid never pulls the trigger until literally it's the last possible second. He gambled with his life repeatedly because of how much he did not want to pull that trigger at all. That's why people are on top of him, grabbing the gun away from him, trying to bash his head in, pulling a gun on top of him before he does anything. And he spent the next 2 weeks when he was in the jail vomiting all day long and all night long because of how the effect of it. So that's who the kid was. And, and that's where John Pierce created this totally fake image of the not true and also not helpful to his defense. But down deep, I mean, the kid's got, is raised by a single mom. Father's been out of the picture for many years. Works double shifts as a nurse. I mean, that's his background. That's who the kid is. That's why they demonized him in ways that, like, even, the New Yorker, they did a decent publication, but it was from the left, so it was always going to be hit. But their title was Vigilante. Nothing about him is vigilante. He didn't do any vigilante aspects that night. And the reality is, if Kyle Rittenhouse hadn't been there that night, there would be a lot more people dead and a lot more innocent people dead, because those people that came there that night were looking to cause harm and mayhem, and they would have been able to do so more successfully, but for the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse came to protect some people that night. He saved a lot of people's lives, as it turned out, by what he did.
Yeah, the crazy thing about Kyle is he acted in the way of a non-stand your ground state, but he's in a stand your ground state. He has no duty to retreat unless he instigates the fight. We have no evidence that he instigates any altercation at all. He retreats consistently throughout the video. He retreats from Rosenbaum. He retreats from Huber. He retreats from Grosskreutz until he literally can't anymore. Rosenbaum is grabbing his gun, which is almost a guaranteed self-defense claim in basically any state. Huber and Grosskreutz strikes him while he's on the ground, unable to retreat any farther because his back is literally to the wall. The wall just happens to be horizontal instead of vertical. Under every single state in this country, if you are on the ground prone, you are immune from the duty to retreat. And Wisconsin doesn't even have one. Huber does a similar thing. He's not prone, but he's sitting. He is not able to get to his feet and retreat further. And Grosskreutz, he approaches with his hands up in a faux nefarious attempt at sympathy for the purposes of killing Kyle. He pulls his gun. Kyle makes a non-lethal shot, which is not advised. He should have plugged him in the chest.
It was high risk. He put himself at risk repeatedly by waiting to the last possible second to take a defensive protective action. You literally couldn't have waited any longer than he did.
No.
And his first reaction, he's either falling on the ground, being chased. In every case, he's going backwards or on the ground while his attackers are coming at him. Then his first reaction isn't to get back at anybody. I mean, there's people that have been shooting at him. There's people that have been shooting guns in the air right behind him to make it sound like they're shooting at him. And his is to go and try to report immediately to the police. So, nothing about, well, I mean, a lot of people could have been upset about, what the governor allowed to have happen, deliberately for political purposes, the true outsiders were the rioters that night. Many of those rioters weren't from Kenosha. They weren't from anywhere near Kenosha. They were outsiders who invaded Kenosha, burned down people's homes, burned down people's businesses, burned down people's property. And contrary to what a lot of them were saying in the press and social media, there's nobody that has riot coverage generally. Riots are an exception to insurance. So all these people who lost their businesses, they never get them back. Their dreams are dead, gone forever. This was an assault on Kenosha, and he was one of the only kids to protect Kenosha, and he wasn't trying to do it. He was trying to do the least possible harm imaginable, and that's why he came with his medic equipment and was willing and was trying to help people, putting out fires, other actions like that, for the people that were even involved in the riots if they got harmed. So that's who the kid was. There's been a massive smear campaign because they want to legally lynch him, and they're not going to get away with it.
Yeah, I talked about the insurance thing on the on a stream I did covering the Minneapolis riots following the taser lady. Because there was a wonderful little white girl yelling, "Your buildings have life insurance, our people don't." It's like, actually, no. Most buildings don't include riots or act of God as coverage. Those are exceptions to it, and riots do not replenish the buildings. She's like, why did the Target get rebuilt in such a short time? It's like, because literally it's Target. It's a multi-billion-dollar corporation. They can expend $2 million to renovate a building without blinking an eye. But every other small business doesn't get that luxury. They can't insure against these things. But it's amazing. I think Kyle did the right thing on that day, and over and over. And this will come out at trial, of course. And that's going to be, I think, one of your strategies, or your compatriot strategies for the jury, is the entire time this guy is running away from conflict. He is trying as hard as he can to not be involved in this. He is doing everything we want every responsible gun owner on earth to do, which is not shoot someone. And he only fires when it's the absolute last thing he has, at the last tool he has in the tool belt.
And he was really the target of a riotous mob, a group of people that were shooting guns in the air after him, that wanted to create mayhem that night, that probably would have killed people, but for Kyle getting in their way. That's the real story, including that admittedly suicidal individual who had just been released from a mental facility, and then before that, prison. The other thing is, you look at all these guys' records. It's probably not a coincidence that who was on which side by comparing records. Kyle had no criminal record. These people have long criminal records.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, Gaige Grosskreutz has a domestic assault that should have precluded him from owning a gun. Yes. He shouldn't have even had that handgun there. Notice the lack of prosecution there is an indication of the bias of the prosecutors.
Yep.
Yetna P says, Dems have mountains of lawsuits, plans, and legislation on ice ready to go. Why don't we have the same? Barnes and Mercado, we must have airtight legislation written out by experts y'all choose, ready to be passed into law.
It's because of who controls the legal profession on the right, and it's corporatist. It's not populist.
Right.
I mean,
it's
about the election cases. I mean, the Trump kept going back and forth between being stuck between corrupt insiders and crazy outsiders, or grifter outsiders. Mm-hmm. And he had a third alternative, and he just didn't stick with it in the end because he knew Rudy from 25, and he kept thinking Rudy was 1980s Rudy. Rudy hadn't been 1980s Rudy in quite a while.
Not since maybe 1991.
Yeah. That's about it. 1992.
Right. And it showed in his Pennsylvania appearance. He was, for lack of any better term, any more appropriate term, he was an embarrassment. His oral argument was garbage. He was not prepared. He should not have come in with less than 24 hours notice to that case. And if he thought he could go in and wing it, he absolutely could not. And he got destroyed over that. Whatever you think of Rudy Giuliani and his, the stuff that's happened to him afterwards, if there is any evidence against Rudy that deserves the question of his bar credentials, it's that Pennsylvania appearance to me.
What I didn't know was that the way Rudy got credibility on legal knowledge about elections is he stole my idea to Trump. So I had come down to Georgia, and I had told him right away that what these lawyers are telling Trump is wrong. You can get a recount prior to certification. And I showed it to all the people down there. That information was relayed to Rudy. And of course, what does Rudy do? Does he say, oh, this guy Barnes? Of course not. This is going to be Rudy's last payday, last hurrah. He says he's investigated it and he's figured this out, and he was right. But so that gave him special credibility with Trump. Trump's like, man, he figured this thing out, when Rudy didn't have anything to do with figuring that
out. Okay, we got Dread Clown. Dread Clown says, I use the black-skinned okay emoji all the time in one game Discord. After a week, they asked me about racial issues. As a black man, I chose not to correct them. Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah, So Nick, I'm in a little legal trouble. Turns out getting roadhead while snorting meth off the back of a hooker's neck doing 95 with a few kilos of blow is a bad idea. You think Mr. Barnes will take my case? I may also have a dead whore in my picture. Okay, I think you're in trouble.
Hey, I got a guy bail who got picked up with two false passports and $300,000 hidden in a TV, and I still got him.
Federal unemployment tax says in Trump voice, bond should be the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. Should it be dispensed from 2 receptacles or 0 receptacles? Also, to repeal the 16th Amendment and abolish the IRS would give Nick a year's supply of Jim Beam, Jack Daniels Fireball, and military special. Look, if you repeal the 16th, I'm getting a lot better than Jack Daniels.
Though I'm a Jack fan because Jack's made in a little county not far from where I grew up.
Look,
that was a dry county for most of its history.
I did not know that.
Yeah, where they made Jack Daniels, you couldn't drink Jack Daniels except on site at the distillery.
I like Gentleman Jack, regular Jack. Look, I'm not criticizing it. It's a $23 whiskey. What do you do with it? It's fine. It'll get the job done. It's a good mixer. But if you want to enjoy Jack Daniels, you got to get Gentleman Jack or higher.
You know how Jack died?
No.
He got drunk, couldn't remember the keys, the code to his safe, and kept kicking his feet against it, and ended up getting an injury and dying from it. I was like, that's appropriate. That's the way Jack Daniels should go out.
Yes. Oh my gosh, a liquor-induced death. Oh my goodness. Let's see. We got a couple of these from earlier. Let's see. Nate Dog says, after last night, you got your Wendy's thumbnail back. The nude yoga channel got yeeted and the world got a little bit brighter. That's not true. I don't think I got my Wendy's yoga back or my Wendy's thumbnail back. Funny Valentine says, hey, Nick, watch your video about the Maricopa County audit and all the fun being had there. Any updates on what's happening in Fulton County, Georgia? Look, go check out Tucker's video on Fulton County, Georgia. The YouTube gods don't want me to talk about it, and the mainstream media certainly aren't going to. Carlson.
It was stuff we had identified when we were there. And if Looney Lynn Wood and Sydney didn't fall off the edge of a cliff, we were that close to having outed all that information. We had inside whistleblowers that were giving us key information about what had happened. And so it all got blown up and we were close to getting the Secretary of State to finally fold that rat burger. But as soon as he saw Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood were taking over the case, he was like, I don't got to deal with you guys anymore. I don't got to deal with anything anymore. And I was like, I'm out of here. This is going to be a shit show of shit shows. And it was. It was. I mean, I don't know whether Sidney just fell off I knew from the moment I met her years before the Flint case. The Flynn case.
Sure.
I was like, she's a perfect mark because she had this like obvious thirst and need for recognition. And like she was hanging around the outskirts of CPAC trying to get attention for her old book and other stuff. I was like, man, she is an easy mark. If I was an intel operator, I would know exactly how to work her. And I think that's still what happened because I think she still really believes things that have already been disproven based on her performance in the sanctions hearing. She clearly still believes it. And it's like, no, I mean, as you pointed out, those are Minnesota precincts. They were never in Michigan, Sydney.
That's what I was going to say.
Still believes it. She was like, give me the evidence you're hearing and I'll prove every point. And it's like, oh my goodness.
That's what I was going to say. That really turned my opinion on Sidney Powell and Sidney Powell in specific. I was like, okay, you didn't just present this in one court. You presented it in multiple. You've got one of your expert witnesses having my county in Minnesota listed as a Michigan county with disparate voting totals. Well, yeah, my county definitely isn't in Michigan. You're going to have disparate voting records based on county numberings or whatever you're doing there. And I think it was literally because Minnesota has a Detroit Lakes County and they went Detroit Lakes. That must be similar to Detroit. Must be in Michigan. I don't know how they got there.
Deliberate misinformation. I told everybody around them, I was like, you're going to get massive disinformation now. Because if I was involved in it, what I told Trump right out of the gate was, I was like, the key to this whole election is going to be signature matches. It's the one place they have the biggest vulnerability under the existing legal standards for how signature matches work in the elections context, for which there's a lot of rules and law that have developed around petitions. And because they've developed around candidate petitions and third-party petitions, all the states have designed rules to screw those third parties and candidates by having strict signature match rules. Well, of course, you apply those same strict signature match rules, a lot of these absentee ballots were not going to pass. And I told Trump, I was like, you will know whether they think they did something wrong by whether or not they allow you to do a signature match audit. I was like, focus on that. And of course, almost what flipped him was that fact. When he saw nobody would allow any signature match checks, he remembered my conversation. He's like, okay, then they know. And now I think that set him on an emotional path. He was like, they screwed me and they knew they screwed me. Well, it's war now. And he's never going to he understands 3 of the Barnes principles: never forgive, never forget, hold the line. Trump believes that down deep. And so, but the problem was, he was getting all these pitches from all these people. Rudy was the guy he knew. Rudy misparlayed that my information as his own. And he brought in Sydney because Sydney said she had a special contact with special information. And I was trying to say that's where the disinformation is going to come from. Someone who tells you they have special information, some bogus intel source. I mean, some of them were even were old Cuban intel people. It's like, those are the last people you trust. Felix Rodriguez should not be your source for something like this. Those type of people. And so that's where, they made it easy to marginal for the media, for the courts, for Congress, for politicians to marginalize every Trump challenge by tar and feathering it by association. And Sidney Powell's never done an election case in her life. She's not an elections expert. She doesn't do political analysis, precinct. I mean, none of this was with her area of expertise, nor was it Rudy's, nor was it Lynn Wood's. That's why they had no business. And that's why the only way they could get Trump's attention was by claiming they had special inside information. And it was all these fake experts, these people who were either, in my view, some of these people had to be deliberately lying to put in a federal affidavit what they did to derail it. Some of them, I think, were just misguided. Some of them were plants, in my view.
Yeah, it was. I talked about this a couple times. The Republican problem with the 2020 election was a lack of preparation and a lack of strategy. They needed a 50-state strategy.
Worked for the Secretary of States or governors in many of these states or election officials. They had conflicts from day one. Trump's Georgia lawyers were the Secretary of State's lawyers for the election contest. So, I mean, the conflicts were off the charts. Plus, the thing they didn't mention, many in the Republican legal circle, the Federalist Society legal work, and they are the sole barometer of who gets access for the most part, hate Trump. So they wanted Trump to lose. They didn't want it to translate to the Senate like it ended up doing in Georgia, but that was the other secret backstory going on.
Yeah, and we saw that, right? We saw the fact that the Republican establishment had no plan. They had none. They had nothing ready to counter the narratives, and that's why we end up with Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, and Rudy Giuliani running out with some stuff. And you've got who is the woman who is on Rudy's team?
Well, she was decent. Jenna Ellis.
Right. Jenna Ellis. She's out there countering everything going on right now. She's like, nope, that's not it. We had it. You can tell from Jenna Ellis.
McDaniel,
we had a plan.
Like that Justin idiot who was the RNC counsel, who was a hindrance all the way through the process, tried to block me from getting hired. It was other people in the White House that had to sneak me in, basically. I mean, it was crazy. I was like, this is wild. Whole thing was wild. But the RNC raised almost $250 million for election litigation, and almost none of it went to election litigation. It was pure fraud. You had to dig into the little fine print to find out why you couldn't sue, because the money technically wasn't obligated to what they were pitching it or promoting it as. But they just stole the money. Ronna McDaniel was undermining the election litigation all the way through. The lawyer it's a Romney. I mean, it's a Romney person. Well, I mean, it was always foolish for Trump to have those kind of people in charge.
Yep, they hate him. Matt K says, today is my birthday and Facebook got me in 24-hour Facebook jail for my dank George Floyd lightning meme. F you, Facebook, eat a FUTA dick, #team balls. We've got Victor Phantasm saying, Mr. Barnes, will you represent me in a case? There was a guy named Nick Ricada live streaming his face at Anime Matsuri, and I could swear he was brandishing a sharp implement that Everest of a schnoz for roughly an hour. Rude. This is an interesting one. Vapid Zero says, you had a hot rant about anonymity being the cornerstone of freedom of speech. Where's that same stance tonight after it's directly attacked? Now, this is going back to something you said earlier. You mentioned that people don't have their name attached to their profile. Do you believe that they should be compelled to have their name attached to their profile?
Absolutely not. I'm a strong supporter of anonymous speech. That does not mean I don't get to out you by saying you don't get to use big words while you're hiding behind an anonymous speech and me not pointing out, well, you don't have the courage to even give your name. It's like the shipwreck crew guy. You want to pretend you're a big lawyer and you won't even tell people your name? I mean, come on. I mean, and I don't mind in general. It's only when they attack. If you're going to attack as an anonymous troll, you're going to get called out for being an anonymous troll. Doesn't mean I don't think you have an absolute constitutional right for anonymous speech, but it does mean that it weakens the credibility of your position.
Well, yeah, I have this guy purportedly from Law Twitter who says he's a big swinging dick Texas attorney, yet he posts from an anonymous account about how I'm wrong about all these things. And I'm like, but bro, no one knows who you are. Like you're pretending. And his name is actually the namesake of a different attorney. That's definitely not him. Martin Beddick versus Beddick Martin. And I'm like, wait a minute. If you're some big swinging dick Texas attorney, you're so confident in your positions, and I'm such an idiot, why aren't you? Why won't you confront me with your regular account? My name's out there. Why are you scared of this? And while I believe that he absolutely has the right to go ahead and post anonymously, he's not fighting the government here. He's fighting me. I'm just a dummy with a minor platform on YouTube. And Twitter. I'm not going to be able to jail him. I can't do anything to his practice, nor would I. But yet again, he hides behind anonymity. I don't even know if this guy's a real lawyer. So I think that's kind of what you're talking about here.
Yeah. And there's a lot of confession through projection with a lot of these people. Listen to their accusations. It's a good cue for life. Somebody makes crazy allegations against you that don't make sense. Just change where they're saying you to I, and they're usually confessing to you. So like Shipwreck Crew is like, oh, you're a grifter. You're making stuff up to please an audience. You're this. You're not really who you say you are. And I'm like, well, those are ridiculous allegations. And I was like, that's who you are, Shipwreck Crew. So just as an illustration, there's a bunch of these people that fit that. And so people sometimes confuse the right to free speech with the right to have nobody criticize you for your bad speech. The two ain't the same.
And Pepsi Man says a good point is a good point, no matter who says it. Right. That is true. The problem is when you try to,
and I'm not criticizing anonymous speech as an idea. It's only when people are anonymous trolls and want to take pot shots and brag like there's somebody important. And it's like, well, if you're anonymous, that's something I get to make fun of when you're making those claims. If you're just making a general claim, I think this idea, nobody's criticizing that anonymous person to speak. For being
the thing is when you use an appeal to authority fallacy without verification of the authority, fallacies are interesting because what a fallacy says is that the statement is not automatically true. It's suspect because of the fallacy. It doesn't mean that the statement isn't true though. Right. It just means that it's not automatically true and you should check it for this logical inconsistency. So if an argument from authority, hell, we're lawyers. We use arguments from authority all the time, and they're very valid arguments because the court is stuck in a process of stare decisis. They're bound by prior authority. We have to use them, but that doesn't make the arguments from authority necessarily correct. Right. And so when we use them, we just have to acknowledge this is coming from authority. And sometimes we need to use this. This is coming from authority from 60 to 70 years ago during a different political climate. And these decisions were made in that particular political climate. And now, as things have changed, they're open to attack. So that's a pretty important distinction. Spigot 84 says, hi, Barnes. Do you believe that Trump will run again in 2024?
Oh, yeah. He really let that out on Dave Rubin's episode. That part of that may be only on Dave Rubin's Locals because that's where the whole uncensored, unedited version is. But when he got real comfortable with Rubin, and sometimes when that happens, Trump gets really honest and he sort of lets things out of the gate. And the way he said something cued me into realizing, oh, he's made the decision to run again. So right now, Trump plans on running again. And I understand to him, it's going to be the ultimate revenge. I think he would, they may regret the day they stole an election from him.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm wondering if Trump is actually, like, right now, it's easy to say, not easy, but he's able to say he's going to run again. I do wonder in 2 more years if that's going to be the case, or if he's going to make himself
on whether
kingmaker.
His sense of revenge is satiated.
Right.
Trump has he has an elephant's memory when it comes to revenge.
And there's a lot of desire and allure to being the second president to win 2 non-consecutive terms.
Well, I think, I mean, but for him, I think this is all, if he had lost and he thought he lost cleanly, he wasn't planning on running again. Right. But because he believes they stole it from him, that's why he's going to run again. At least right now. I originally thought he wouldn't. Now I'm understanding how things are combining.
Mario Carter 13 says, locals academics, please respond. YouTube scientists. We've got, hold on, let me get the rest of these. Oh, shoot. Where was this? Oh, this is from Crusader Saracen. Says, hey, Barnes, you see how the prosecutor tried to get the address to Kyle's safe house to dox him and get him killed? Couldn't believe it until I saw it. Oh, that notion will be dispelled with your first criminal case. I don't care how petty it is. You learn very quickly the pettiness of a prosecutor. Good prosecutors and bad prosecutors is baked into the system, in my opinion.
And just think about it. This is a prosecutor that's chosen a very high-profile case who knows he has an innocent defendant. That's when they really rig the system.
Mario Carter 13 says Barnes looks like Nick in about 5 years. I would be honored. I would be honored to be as distinguished. Kobayashi Burnhild says, Nick, I'm drunk enough for both of us. Have some shekels on me, you FH. Thank you. Amateur Iconoclast says, Gangsta's paradise. Spend too much of our lives living in Biden's paradise. Exercise your rights. Better things twice in Biden's paradise. Frode says, Nick, I love you, but Barnes is a beta male who lost Nick Fuentes. I just wanted to put that out there. I will be quiet about it in chat now.
No, that's a good example of confession through projection. That's someone talking about themselves.
Karama Minamino says, lawyer/law students are horrible people. Look, I largely agree with you in general. You're not going to find disagreement with me. Any comments on that one?
Well, it's a couple of things. It's the nature of the professional class as a class. It breeds bad traits, in my view. The second aspect is good people, conscientious people that go through law school leave the legal profession early because they find the cognitive dissonance between what they were taught in law school and how the legal system actually operates. Very frustrating, easy to have a sense of futility. You have to deal with nasty people. You have to deal with corrupt systems. You have to deal with, and then you're supposed to feel okay about all of it at the end. I mean, it's an ugly environment to have to go into. And so a lot of good people leave it. And what that produces, a system that's filled with a den of iniquity is going to produce more monsters than angels. And so I always tell people that, to really be a good trial lawyer, you need to be, not your character and soul needs to be good if you're on the right side, but you need to have at least 10% devil in you, because some days you need to dance with the devil in order to get the change you need in that system. Absolutely.
Wolfgang Deus says, if our government is run by representatives, then why do we let them become our quasi saviors? Pretty representatives does not go the other way. Look, people like authority at the end of the day. This is what you learn. Maybe you can comment on this a little bit, but this is what you learn from running those mock juries and running real juries, is that there are about, out of 12 people, there's maybe 1 or 2 alphas in the room, and the rest are followers. It's not that they're beta, it's not that they're soy. That's not the alpha analogy we're going with here. It's literally that there are 1 or 2 leaders in the room. They will direct the thought of the others, and the others are willing to go along.
Absolutely. It is the key to jury selection is to make sure number 1, make sure bad leaders are not there. Number 2, try to get your good leaders on, and then you worry about the rest of the jurors. But that's priority 1 and 2. Because, I've had jury trials where initially 8 were against me, but I'd done a good job of no bad leaders. And the 4 that were with me included 2 very good leaders. They convinced the other 8 over the next 2 days. So
that's really what you need. You need the person in the room. My wife was on a jury with a guy. He's a semi-truck driver, and I
love truck drivers.
He accidentally ran over a guy riding a bike. Right. And so
I should say as jurors, I like truck driving.
It was a completely acknowledged to be an accident. He was not being charged with involuntary manslaughter or vehicular homicide. He did nothing illegal in the case. It was a fluke. It was a bad job. However, he was charged with a misdemeanor, and it was failure to give adequate space to a bike or walker when you passed, which is, it's 3 meters, and it's a misdemeanor. It's like a $250 fine or something like that. And she gets to the jury room. She's like, well, clearly he failed to give him 3 meters because he literally hit him with the semi truck. And some people in there are like, well, no, he wasn't trying to pass him. It's like, oh, stop, stop it on this one. Like, and it was literally about her and one other person. We're like, look, we don't want this guy to fry or anything. This is a misdemeanor. It's a fine. It's not even going to affect his CDL. This is a guy who's going to he's going to have to pay a small fine for failure to abide by basic traffic regulations. You got a biker on the shoulder. You should acknowledge that there's a biker on the shoulder. If you miss him because it's a mistake, that doesn't mean you go to prison forever, but you did miss him. Like, right. Well, actually you didn't, you hit him. But yeah, it was all about, and it was fascinating because I'm out of law school at this point. I'm practicing attorney, and I'm hearing her talk about all this, and I'm like, this is amazing. You've got 2 jurors who recognize that this guy failed to follow the statute in this case, but a bunch of other people who want to bring extraneous things into it, and they're like, well, we don't want him to be plagued by this. Like, no, he's not. This is a misdemeanor. He could have been charged with felony vehicular homicide, and he didn't.
It's because the moral narrative will always trump the factual narrative.
Right. Right. But all of those people eventually came around to the idea that he was actually guilty of the thing, because at the end of the day, you had 2 strong personalities in a room, and you had, I think that was a 6-person jury. So you had 4 weaker personalities in the room, and they all said, yeah, you know what? You're right. Darkle Loosh G says, hey, Barnes, reading list when? Throw that up somewhere if you haven't already. Would be nice to have a reference given your previous recommendations. You should put a reading list up on vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
Yeah, I think I have, but I'll pin it again. And I also have a Goodreads page, which has all the books on there, but I'll pin that link as well at vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
And guys, if you are not subscribed to vivabarneslaw.locals.com, you need to be. This is no question. Great content. Viva and Barnes, 2 fantastic commentators, 2 fantastic lawyers talking about real issues in the real day. So definitely go check it out.
Alternative histories under the Hush Hush playlist, which I think there's like 26 episodes so far. So there's some more coming out.
Macca Jr. says, what's your opinion on the Highlander movie being remade with Henry Cavill? I love the OG, but I'm keen to see it. Also, shaved or unshaved balls on your FUTA? Unshaved. Also, I like Henry Cavill. I like the old Cavill. I like the old Highlander, but I think, do you notice though that he has short arms?
That's true. I hadn't thought about it, but yes.
Russell Wallace Warren says, thank you for your service. My pleasure. Theophrastus 3.0 says, if I drink whiskey, can I stay up all night, no law, inside and out, and be very entertaining too? Love you both. That's the secret, isn't it? It's whiskey.
Indeed.
A fuzzy creature says, would love to see Barnes talk to Doug TenNapel, mostly to cure TenNapel of some of his more wild tendencies in politics. Are you familiar with my friend Doug TenNapel?
I am not.
He's a creator of Earthworm Jim, which was it was a video game back in the 90s, but it was a comic book before that. He's a comic book artist. He's worked in Hollywood. He worked on the redistribution or the newest seasons of VeggieTales. You know, the ones that everybody hated.
Yeah.
So Doug's great. He's super pious evangelical Christian. And what he found with the VeggieTales guys is that they, along with the studio, had gone woke. And this is back in 2017. They had 2016, 2017. They had already gone woke. This is the creators of VeggieTales saying, we don't want so much God in our story. And so since he couldn't do the full on Bible story, he went with pop culture instead, because he wasn't going to half-ass the Christianity in it. I like Doug a lot. He's been deleted. I think he's had 5 channels deleted because he keeps talking about the Maricopa audit. And he had a Media Matters piece published about him, and that's the death knell. You get them on you. Mandalorian 17 says, can you discuss the settlement from the city? It seems like an admission of guilt or culpability by the city. This is in the Chauvin case. I think the settlement from the city is not surprising. The timing of the settlement was very inappropriate to the criminal case, in my opinion.
And it was clearly a political payoff to the family to make him a martyr. It's an absurd amount, a ridiculous amount. In an impartial jury trial, the most that would be $1 million to $2 million in that kind of case, with most jurors, and there'd be a very high chance that the plaintiffs would lose the case based on the facts that were presented. So I mean, it was a pure political payoff, pure political theater. The lightning strike is kind of interesting.
That mural got annihilated.
I mean, I was like, that's like something out of a novel.
Yeah, you couldn't plan it. Luke Blanche says, please explain a proffer. And the Alex Jones sidebar was amazing the other day. Cheers from Calgary, Canada. We are stampeding right now. Yeah, so you mentioned a proffer earlier. Can you go ahead and enlighten the chat on what you mean by that?
So whenever the judge is trying to prevent you from getting discovery, or trying to prevent you from introducing certain evidence or a witness, or going into certain areas of cross-examination, what you do is a proffer or an offer of proof. And there's a proffer used in plea language, but that's a different thing. In court, what you're doing is saying, well, if you'd allowed me to discover this, if you'd allowed me to cross-examine this witness, if you'd allowed me to present this witness, then I would have been able to prove all of these facts. And what it does is it creates a factual record that otherwise, when you get up to appeal, a lot of lawyers fail to do this. The courts say, well, you didn't show what you would have proven, so you can't show that was an error. And it allows you to present a lot of dramatic evidence. Indeed, like, frankly, Powell and Wood, if they were, well, I don't take any more shots at them, but if they'd done a better presentation at the sanctions hearing, that's what they should have done. They should have said, Judge, here's what an evidentiary hearing would show. An evidentiary hearing would show boom, 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 boom. And then they would have been in a much stronger position than unfortunately they are. But that's what a proffer is. It's a deeply underutilized technique. Judges usually get enraged when I bring it up because they understand its consequence, but it's so rarely brought by most lawyers.
Victor Phantasm says, Mr. Barnes, what do you think of furries? And if you don't like them, how best to rid the world of them?
What are furries?
Oh God, we're not getting into it. We're going to go ahead and skip that one.
Okay.
A fuzzy look, I've ruined you enough with FUTA. A fuzzy creature says, should juries have access to all paper and transcripts in the jury room? That bothers me that they can't.
Yeah, I mean, my view is everything should be visually recorded, and they should have access to the entire visual recording of the trial, as well as any documentary evidence. They increasingly do have access to the documentary evidence. The argument on transcripts is that, oh, maybe it's not an accurate reflection until done later. I find that a very lame claim. But to me, if that's the case, even better reason to videotape the whole trial. Let them go back and rewatch that testimony. Maybe they'll pick up on things they don't. It's my problem with the latest sanctions attempt against Lynn Wood. Now, he's an idiot, so he screwed up. But this whole thing about not allowing the rebroadcasting of a hearing is a bunch of garbage.
Right. That's one of the things I was going to ask you about, because to me, we have an open court for a reason, and people should have every opportunity to listen to and scrutinize the hearing that happened against Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell. Agree or disagree with them. There's one, this is a thing I don't think people understand. And you brought this up, I think, in your debate with Good Logic, who I also very much like, about Rudy Giuliani. It's not about whether or not you agree with what Rudy's saying or doing. It's about the fact that Rudy has the right to free speech, and he has the right to due process. And those things seem to be abdicated in the Rudy Giuliani hearing. When we don't have access to a rebroadcast of a publicly broadcast hearing from the source, because let's say I snuck into the Zoom call and recorded it or whatever. Maybe I edited it. Who knows? I mean, anybody could upload the hearing and they could upload an edited version or clips of it. That certainly the media is going to upload clips rather than the full speech or the full hearing itself, because it's 6 hours long and their news story allows for a minute and a half of video. So if we have an open court, it's meaningless if we don't have the court actually open post review. And to me, that's a big one. But local enterprise broadcasting says law of primacy of first impression is a lasting one. True. Pepsi Man says that Catboy handed your end at debate. So much for free speech, right? Baldy. Dang, this guy's going in hard. It's okay to ban people from Twitter and airlines if they humiliate you. I don't think that's your position, that he should be banned from Twitter or airlines, though.
Oh, no, I'm still opposed to that. I believe people should be more exposed to his ideas so he can enlighten them by saying things like Israel, the world would be better off if Israel didn't exist. What exactly is your motivation then? Is that an America first motivation or just Jew hatred? So that's the dynamic there.
Unflomig says, hey, Nick, why is it illegal for lawyers to sleep with their clients? It prevents people being charged twice for essentially the same service. Theophrastus 3.0 says, Duvall as Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird. Zephiel says, love to see an interview with the guitarologist. Okay, a guitar guy. Volta Tropos says, Barnes is a big baby, sore loser who lost hard in front of Alex Jones. Cope, seethe, sneed, even. Random username 928405531 says, Barnes lost that debate and looks like a fool for mocking him. Incel dude is adhering to the religious command not to sleep around. Gross. Joe B says, the alleged plot to kidnap Whitmer was filed majority Fed, believe 12 out of 17. The reason I kind of gloss those last chats is we've talked about the Fuentes thing. I'm not interested in spending a bunch of time on it, but do you want to talk about the Whitmer thing and the seeming entrapment of the feds to get these couple guys locked up on some charges of kidnapping?
Well, it's what Viva and I talked about from the get-go, was that, this case smacked of entrapment, and that it was almost again. I mean, look at the timing right before the election in a key swing state. Crazy Trumpers are trying to kidnap the Democratic governor who's just trying to keep the people safe with their lockdown politics and policies. I sued Whitmer and she folded quickly in the one case I brought on lockdown lawsuits. And so it smacked of it from day one. And then when they showed some of the defendants, I was like, those guys didn't come up with this plot. It was like that Dan Aykroyd movie where they're going to kidnap their Boston Celtics fans and they're going to kidnap the opposing Damon Wayans or whoever. I was like, These guys look worse than those guys. It's like, there's no way they came up with this plot. This has Fed tattooed on it. And now, of course, it turns out 12 of them are Feds. I mean, it was a Fed plant. This was, I mean, they've been doing this forever, but they really got in the habit of it post 9/11. That if it's but they were doing this, PacCon was to infiltrate the FBI created a fake militia to infiltrate other militias to try to create a violent militia movement in the United States back in the 1990s. Just go back and read about PacCon.
What is the best heist movie and why is it Quick Change starring Bill Murray?
I love heist movies. I'm still, I like Thomas Crown Affair. Because Pierce Brosnan.
That's a good movie.
Oh yeah, great soundtrack.
Wait! Did you just say Pierce Brosnan? You ignore that Rene Russo is topless in several scenes in the movie. How dare you?
Well, Pierce Brosnan. I want to be Pierce Brosnan. That's my alter ego. I want to be that character. I was like, in another life, that's who I would be. I would be a master thief, master heist guy. But and then the movie Heist itself with Hackman. And that whole great cast, the score, another great one with Robert De Niro and Edward Norton. There's so many great heist movies that Quick Change doesn't quite meet the top.
Oh, come on! I love Quick Change so much.
I mean, I like anything with Bill Murray in it. I mean, his range is exceptional. A lot of comedians make great dramatic actors and can do a wide range of stuff. So I enjoy almost any heist movie if it's even semi decent. That most recent one released is just idiotic. Sadly with Pierce Brosnan, and I forget the name of it, but it's almost like they created this they're hiring all these wokesters that are bad writers
Yeah.
So they're just, it's like what they did to Black Widow. It's a bad plot.
Yep. That's the problem. The problem is not that you're putting woke in movies. The problem is that you're hiring people who are bad writers because they're woke. And so therefore X-Men, this is my favorite part of Marvel. X-Men is one of the most woke storylines you can have. It deals with racism. It deals with transgenderism, with identity in teenagers going through prejudice in the real world. And yet no one is getting that anymore, because instead of just letting that be the background of the story and then developing interesting characters in it, they've now hired people who can't get that out of the foreground. And it's just embarrassing. Skirzik Skizero says, behind because I tune in late, just got to the John Pierce bit, convinced he's a subversive agent tasked with purposefully tainting these cases. The John Beck says, sit your $5 ass down before I make change. Lol. Clement Post says, Fuentes said he's against interracial marriages on Milo's show. That's just unchristian. Random Globetrotter says, I don't really care about Fuentes. Mr. Barnes, can you please elaborate on the dancing Israelis and the FBI report on them? Also, USS Liberty has happened. Israel is not our ally. Shabbos Goy.
There's two major problems with those theories. Is, I mean, there are people who think they've come up with a secret conspiracy theory that says that the one group that's probably been the most targeted for physical extermination of any group over the last 2,000 years is actually the group secretly running the world. You probably haven't stumbled on the accurate conspiracy theory. But like USS Liberty, the question people should ask themselves, why was that ship more than 100 nautical miles away from where it was supposed to be and in the middle of a war zone instead?
Oh, shit. Did I die or did Barnes die? Oh, no. No. Barnes is... let me send him a private chat. Oh my gosh. Apparently Mossad or Catboy's got him. I don't even know which one. At this point, I don't even know. I asked him to reconnect. So if he does, I'll bring him back in. Eldon Bainling says, you lit up the cigar. Finally, catharsis. Pepsi Man says, why is Fuentes being gay a problem? Is Rob anti-gay? Fan Advocacy Network says, what are Barnes' thoughts on Nick watching another lawyer willingly get stepped on by a woman at Anime Monster? Don't do that. Let me send him a Twitter message just in case. Oh my goodness. I have to urinate so badly. You guys have no idea. But Tony Neves says, hey, has Barnes seen the website? I think it was WMD Chan. It was set up after Kenosha to aggregate every piece of Kyle and the aggressors. I can't find it again. Look, I would suggest that Barnes and the legal team for Kyle probably has all of that evidence. Joshua Worley says, so I'm seeing crazy claims from the Arizona and Georgia audits. The only person I know who said anything about the results is Tucker. Will you guys be able to cover it on YouTube? I just want the truth now. Look, I covered some of it, some of the Arizona results today. I'm waiting for the full thing. I don't know if we'll be able to cover it on YouTube or not. I don't know. But check out both of our locals pages. Saint Umu says, don't even listen to Fuentes. It sounds like Barnes is lumping people who are critical of foreign influence at every level into the same group. No, I think he's pretty specific about Fuentes. And whatever you think about that is fine. Jared says, I'm behind the live because of work, but what would Barnes recommend for someone in their mid-20s thinking about becoming a lawyer? I don't know what Barnes would recommend, but I'd recommend this. If you want to be a lawyer and help people as a lawyer, do it. If you want to be a lawyer to make money, don't do it. How about that? Bro Tato says, if raising kids wasn't important, woke leftists wouldn't be pushing to indoctrination in school. Unless you're in high school dropout, you're either pale imitation of your parents or teachers. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I can't play the bathroom song because I'm in Streamlabs or StreamYard, but I'll be right back. If Barnes comes back in the meantime, I'll get him back on. Otherwise, we'll just wrap up the stream in just a second. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Whoo. Looks like Mr. Barnes may have lost internet. I invited him to come back if he's able to, but if he's not able to, we're going to go ahead and finish the show. I just went to the bathroom twice in a row. Oh, I had to go to the bathroom so bad. I went to the bathroom. I peed. I got done. And then I peed again a full amount. It's like waiting up in my chest or whatever. My entire esophagus was full of urine. Oh my God. Horrifying. Okay. We're actually almost through the chats here. And so I want to go ahead and finish that up. Angry Bellsprout says, why can't Kyle argue he was hunting for commies? No, because then he doesn't want to do that. If he was hunting for commies, then he would have to go ahead and get a hunting license. But he's not. He's not hunting for commies. Texas Red says, I just jumped on. What was Barnes's opinion of the illegal open carry charge? Seemed like BS. Yeah, you nailed it. It seems like BS. There's actually, he said there's a motion to dismiss that charge out there from the defense right now. I'm going to see if I can get my hands on those documents. Barnes said they're publicly available. I'll go grab them and maybe do a review of them because that charge has been a problem for me forever. Kiss Amaya says, how selfish of Nick. No P song for the chat. Look, I'm on StreamYard because I wanted a nice, easy environment for Barnes. On stream, he and Viva use StreamYard a lot. I wanted to use that. And by the way, I'm planning on leaving this interview up on my main channel because it's one of the main topics that I normally do. Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm going to add it to the Kyle Rittenhouse playlist. I'll develop a thumbnail for it and all of that stuff. But so the chat will be preserved in that way. I had already planned on leaving it up for that. So That's why I did StreamYard. It makes things a little bit easier as far as the one-to-one. So that's why we did that there. Let's see. The gray one says, "Evening, gentlemen. How have you been? I apologize for my absence, Nick." Yeah, you should be sorry. Definitely. Lost my bank card today. Got it after a BS day at work. New card. Take some dosh. Hey, thank you. But really, make sure you're okay first. For real, I hope Kyle is exonerated. I think he will be. I hope he will be. If he isn't, if Kyle Rittenhouse is not exonerated, we have dark times ahead. And that's the really scary outcome. Because whatever you think about Kyle Rittenhouse, this is about as clear a cut case of self-defense as you can get. And that's how it should come down. Whether it will or not is always an open question. The gray one says, also, if they want to see what happens if you can't defend yourself, they should refer to public schools. Spoilers, it doesn't work. Jackson Kai says, Barnes, I like to think I'm pretty good at spotting lies and grifts, but you have called several I never saw coming. Any advice on what to read or look for? Maybe some of us are missing. I don't know. I don't know how he would answer that one. John Beck says to Barnes, maybe it would help Kyle to read books called On Killing and On Combat, but by Colonel David Grossman. Atlas to Snyder says, how much will SCOTUS protect gun rights? Will they stop at protecting the right to carry, or will they strike down the assault weapons bans and such? I don't know. Right now, SCOTUS has been afraid of Second Amendment cases since 1939. Frankly, they made their one. Now they don't want to make any more. They reluctantly took cases in 2008 and 2010. And since then, it's been zilch. So I'm hoping that they actually do it. We get 4 to 5 First Amendment cases a year. We get 1 Second Amendment case every 10 to 60 years. And that's amazing. Random Globetrotter says, Nick, did you see the Black Rifle Coffee Company is smack talking Kyle? Vet bro community is full of neocons. I don't know that I haven't seen them smack talking Kyle, but I did see them not supporting Kyle from the onset. And, I don't drink coffee, so I that didn't hurt me at all. But Black Rifle should be embarrassed. If they're pro Second Amendment and not supporting Kyle Rittenhouse, they're incorrect. Period. Let's get this clear. If you are pro Second Amendment, if you're a pro self-defense, you are not supporting Kyle Rittenhouse from jump. You failed. This is not a nuanced case. This is not a complex case. It'll be a complex case to fight because of the political discussion around it. But at the end of the day, Kyle Rittenhouse's case is straightforward self-defense. And anyone who says otherwise, they're not stupid. They're not bad people. They're literally just wrong in the most embarrassing way. And if Black Rifle Coffee Company can't figure out that Kyle Rittenhouse justifiably used deadly force in a situation that required it, then they should not be considering themselves advocates for the Second Amendment or for self-defense. Vapid Zero says, I read that one. Joel Reese, thank you for the donation. We're almost, where are we? Ooh, oh my goodness. You guys have been amazing tonight. Crusader Saracen says, God be with you, Mr. Barnes. You too, Nick, I guess. Hey, thank you. That's how God usually is with me. He's like, well, I'll reluctantly join you. Jack White says, is there any way I can get my boomer father to see the corporate press is full of crap? It's hard. It's hard, man. You got to remember that your boomer father grew up with the corporate press having all of the credibility in the world. They're running on borrowed credibility, and something specific is going to have to break him of it. Something he loves is going to have to be destroyed by the corporate press before he'll realize it. Other than that, I don't know. Jackson Kai says, if you've been online since you were a kid and had bad takes, what are you supposed to do with the cancel culture today other than anonymity? I feel like that's more people under 30 these days. No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. I had bad takes when I was younger. I was for, I'll tell you, I was for the banning of cigarettes in restaurants. Why? Personal taste. It's like, look, I don't like the smell of cigarettes in restaurants. Now, if you get me now, rather than me at 18 or 17 or whatever I was, I think I was 17 at the time. You get me now, I'm like, look, I hate the smell of cigarette smoke at my restaurant. I don't want anybody banned from smoking indoors, because if the restaurant wants to have it, the restaurant wants to have it. That's the liberty position. People want to smoke. Restaurant wants to allow smoking because they think that's better for business. Great. Make a restaurant that doesn't allow smoking, and I'm in. And I'm in 100% of the time. I had bad takes too. Now, my bad takes weren't particularly problematic. They're just antithetical to what I believe now. We all have to deal with the fact that we grow and get older. Cancel culture doesn't want to acknowledge that. The best way to handle it is anonymity. And your kids, oh my God, do not let your kids sign up under their own names. Let them be anonymous and detached from who they are, because kids, at the end of the day, are going to change as they get older. Clement Post says, get Viva on. Barnes won't answer my question. Frowny face, balls or no balls? Look, I think we know Barnes is a balls guy. Come on. 200 Watt Studio says, hey, all, where the white women at? Mario Carter 13 says, L. Lynn Wood was legally required to take the extra L. Aw. Jack White says, when do you guys think the day of the race hustler is going to end? Hopefully soon. And I mean that on both sides, right? Barnes is talking about race hustling in terms of the right, or race grifting, as he called it. And that is a current issue on the right, but it's been an issue on the left since the 70s. We've had Jesse Jacksons and Al Sharptons of the world. Race hustlers and race pimps are not new and unique to the right. They're a product of popularity, and they're a product of the mainstream zeitgeist just in general. They're a product of the media that at the end of the day, look, I don't care what you believe about any particular race of people or group of people. Look, some people are in different places. Some people have personal experiences. That's going to color everything. I don't really care. The one question I never ask anybody I'm talking to is, listen, how do you feel about X race? Or are you in fact a racist? I don't care. If you're a racist, whatever. If you're not a racist, whatever. It doesn't, I'm not here to change your mind. Two, I'm not going to change your mind. So it's not high on my agenda. I want to talk about ideas that are detached from those things. Me personally, I love everybody. Look, I love refrigerators. I love everybody. I don't care. If you don't love everybody, I may disagree with you, but I don't really care. At the end of the day, it's not my job to change your opinion. And more importantly, I probably can't. What it's going to take someone of the color you don't like to change your opinion about the color you don't like. And unless you don't like white people with really red noses, I can't fulfill that task for you. Ralph Mack says, how does the legal system work? How have to be a devil? Look, because you have to be willing to engage at the level that the prosecution is able to engage. That's what you have to do. And sometimes that means defending people that you don't know, but you highly suspect are guilty because of the principle behind due process. Killnote says, there are several black Fuentes supporters. Wait, is Fuentes supposed to be anti-black? I have no idea. Again, I don't care if Fuentes is racist or not. I don't know. It's literally so far outside of my scope of attention that it's embarrassing. I don't know how to say this. I don't watch a single thing Nick Fuentes puts out. I don't have any negative impression of him or positive impression of him. He's just a guy with his opinions. I make jokes about the Catboy stuff because it's funny, and also because he called me lame. Remember, I didn't fire shots at Nick Fuentes. He fired a shot at me. It was solicited from a super chat on his show. And that's fine. Lots of people think I'm lame. Most of the times I do too. I probably agree with him. But at the end of the day, if you're going to be a nationalist who is for saving the American people, and particularly the Western American, the Western European or Western ideal, you got to have some babies. You got to have some babies. I don't care if you're a black guy who wants to preserve the Western ideal. You got to have babies. Raise the babies. That's how you do it. But I literally could care fucking less about Nick Fuentes. He's not on my radar. I think what's happened to him on YouTube and Twitter is garbage, because I don't think anybody should be canceled for their opinions at all. But again, let me just remind you that the negative talk came from Fuentes first, which is fine. You don't have to like me. Half the days I don't like me. It's okay. That's fine. But it's weird that people are like, why do you hate on Nick Fuentes? I don't. I literally don't. I make some jokes about him that are memes on the internet. And then other than that, he had a brief comment about me, which is fun. I'd still have him on the show. I don't care. But he's never expressed interest in coming on. Why would I, I'm not going to go bother the guy either. I really don't want to talk about Nick Fuentes. Oh my God. Eugene Ford says, if the government comes to your home and tries to take the kids out because the parents are not vaccinated, can you legally defend your home if they try something like that? I don't know if it's true. That's what I've heard. No, you cannot. Look, a parent may do that. You are not legally justified in shooting a government agent who's trying to take the child out of your home because you're not vaccinated. That's a battle that, in theory, in the wonderful world of everything, should be fought in court. Not everybody's going to do that. I'm not making legal advice here. I'm just saying in a perfect storm, everything is fought out in court. But the way people are getting over vaccinations now, it's driving people to think differently. Jack White says, what are your guys' thoughts on race hustler Coates writing a Superman movie? Ta-Nehisi Coates is terrible and deserves every bad thing that could happen to him. Don Fay says, if an individual lives in Wisconsin, is there anything they can do to help the Kyle Rittenhouse case? Don't get armed and storm the courthouse. Should be obvious. No. Look, if you have information about the Kyle Rittenhouse case, great. If you don't, free Kyle USA. Maybe make a donation. That's and otherwise just interpersonal advocacy on your platforms, whatever you have. Excel Art says the jury should be lawyers, not random idiots the state finds on the streets. Look, most lawyers are also random idiots, so that's something to consider. Jack White says, did you guys see the parody video Jeff Dunham did of Joe Biden? It's hilarious. I have not. I'll check it out. Random username says, I suspect that Barnes is targeting Nick F out of the blue because he thinks it will help the Rittenhouse case. Well, again, I can't speak for Barnes. I don't think it's out of the blue. I think it's a result of their debate. And that's just that. That's an internet beef, and that's between them. Almond John 1 says, what happens in Fight Club again? I can't remember. You don't talk about Fight Club. M Lady says, Barnes, Viva, Nick, Malice, Lex. Truly helped keep my spirit up this last year and a half. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Jared says, I'm interested in protecting constitutional rights, no matter guilt or innocence of the parties involved. But to be honest, the U.S. may split in 5 years. I think that's unlikely. I think it's unlikely. I may be wrong. We'll see. We'll see. 200 Watt Studio says, did you wash your hands twice too, Nikki? No, I licked them clean once. Roof Korean the base says, what are your thoughts on 46's appointments that seem vindictive, like A.G. Garland? Why does it seem DOJ and feds trying to bait the right into war? The left wants cooperation through compliance. That's what they've wanted forever. Cooperation through compliance, or through compliance. That's what Biden has wanted. That's what Biden has pushed for. That much is obvious. And that's what all of his nominations look like. Cooperation through compliance. You must look, you didn't want Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court. Well, guess what? You're going to get him as Attorney General and you're going to like it. And there's nothing you can do about it. You fuck stains. That's what Joe Biden is saying. Mario Kart 13 says, I love everybody. Like Lady Racket says, do tell Nick. Look, I'm sure plenty of people have pointed out that I hate women or whatever. Okay, couple more. Crusader Saracen says, now that the results of the audits are coming out and the results are affirming everything you and Barris have been saying, what do you see happening soon? More audits. Let me check if Barnes is coming back. He says his whole internet is toast. His whole internet is toast. So Barnes will not be back tonight. He did say it was fun, and thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. This is a long stream. By the way, you usually get Barnes for like an hour. He was here for well over 3 hours, which I thought was fantastic, and I very much appreciate it. And I'm going to tell him that. But internet is toast. Alex Ghost says Boogie shot up because he saw Frank's rape angel, who is actually the devil, but only Gail knew and told PPP to warn everybody, but he couldn't find his shoe because Shane is nervously losing at chess while being called an Asby. Damn. How much is he billing me? Listen, I've never paid a lawyer in my entire life. You owe us some Twitch gaming still. I'm not doing Twitch gaming tonight. I'm really, guys, I literally passed out in my chair tonight. I was supposed to hang out with Lady Rackets. We were going to watch some TV, and I fell asleep immediately. Didn't watch the show I was supposed to watch. Just passed out in my chair. And then I was out. So tomorrow I am starting Doki Literature Club, Doki Doki, whatever it's called, on Twitch. I'll start that tomorrow. That is going to be a full playthrough. So if you want to see Doki Doki Literature Club, you better tune into my Twitch channel. And if you're not already tuned in, you are lame. Let's see. Back to this one. Now that the results of the audits are coming out and the results are affirming everything you and Bears have been saying, what do you see happening soon? More audits? Yes. Election reform laws? Yes. Will neocon governors veto them? Hopefully not. Can 2024 be saved if they pass? Look, I think I have hope for 2024. I really do. Eldon Bainling, I'll check it out. I'll check them out. Let me check them out now. Nova Zero and Eldon and Benjamin Myers. Nova Zero says, hey, Barnes, what's your favorite cigar? How did I miss this? The tobacco tax has nearly destroyed cigars and cigarettes here in Australia. Fake country. I have to pay almost double on top of shipping. Sorry, I missed that one while Barnes was on. Benjamin Myers says, what do you think of the movie 12 Angry Men? Question for both of you, if we can. And again, I'm really sorry I missed this one. It's the way YouTube manages super chats. It's really, really frustrating. That happens. Okay. 12 Angry Men, great movie. Everyone should watch it. Pepsi Man. Yes, I'm playing the PC version of Doki Doki. It's censored. I don't know how it's censored. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we? Where are we? Ben Frail says, now back to my Law and Order Criminal Intent Marathon. Oh, gross. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. And then we've got Malik Foxon says, funny all these spurks care so much about a debate between two people on the internet. Y'all are on a different show that's supposed to be on a different subject. Please move on. How long ago since that debate? Too long already. Mario Carter says, if the feds didn't fabricate crimes, they wouldn't solve any. Crusader Saracen says, Black Rifle Coffee are not pro-Second Amendment. They literally donated to Hillary Clinton and other gun grabbers. They're fifth columnist posers and can go fuck themselves by stocking mill coffee. Real Second Amendment supporters, and their coffee is better. One of my kids knocks on the door. Dad, I want cereal. Malik Foxon says, I think it's funny people care about whether or not someone is racist when their decisions don't influence their own daily life. It's funny people don't adjust their approach to get around that person. They'd rather him just be deleted when it's not necessary. And of course, as you guys know, I am not pro deletion or canceling of literally anybody. Zephael, no, I read your comment about the guitarologist. Absolutely. I did. I'd love to talk to him. I have no idea how to contact him. I am not pro cancellation of anybody. There are certain people out there, of course, whose ideas I don't support and I don't like. That's fine. They should have every right to say them. Many times I'll have them on my show to talk about them. One of them is my very good friend, Drexel, whose views on marriage and relationships I clearly do not adhere to. But at the same time, that's his views. It's not my job to change his mind. I don't take on that responsibility. That's not a thing that needs to happen. All right, guys. That's what I got. I can't play the outro. I really need to get my StreamYard game up, but I don't use it very often. So I haven't, I pay for it, but I don't use it very often. So I haven't, gotten fully into it. I hope you liked the short videos that I did today, including the shorts video. Look for more of those in the future. With the YouTube Shorts program. I don't know if they're any good. I'm gonna test them out, but doing less than 60-second content where I can find it is a thing. I will not be on Twitch tonight. I'm dying. I need to go to bed. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good night. All right, guys. Blaine20 says, did you ever listen to George Gordon's show? Nope. If so, did you like his content? Not applicable. I may still have his audio files somewhere. Never heard of it. Wizard's First Rule 57 says, good night, Nick. Oh my gosh, I missed this one earlier too. Wizard's First Rule earlier says kaboom times what, 4? Was that it? How? Fuck. No, I missed some other ones. I missed some other ones here too. Classical Positioning says, I guess I'm just one of the rare breeds. It's okay with both Barnes and Fuentes. I like both you and him for the insights you both have. Naturally, he's much spicier. Nice to have you on. Finally, though, Robert. Jared says, I'm sure you would love to have him, referring to Michael Malice. I'd really appreciate a Rackets Malice stream. Also love Barnes' insights and his Hush Hush episodes. How did, God, here I am going through this. Wizard's First Rule says, Nick, kaboom times 4. I'm very sorry that I missed that earlier. Thank you. Guy says, Barnes, is there evidence American populists wish to become a minority in their country? Why shouldn't that play a role in immigration? Post-1965 immigration policy has only empowered race being used as a wedge issue. I think I kind of agree with that. Immigration hasn't had meaningful reform since 1957. With the Immigration Naturalization Act, there's been some piecemeal jobs done here and there, but largely it's been untouched, and it's a mess. We're a different country than in 1957 in a lot of ways, and there are some mistakes in the immigration policy that can be rectified that preserve American heritage and American culture while also allowing for people to come here legally in a better manner than what is currently in play. But that's That's just my opinion. I think that is all of it. So, all right, guys. Thank you all for watching. Check out, by the way, I may be doing some daytime streams either on YouTube or Twitch sometime in the near future. Check locals.com, mercadolaw.locals.com, and my Twitter account for announcements on those things, so that we can make those happen as well. There we go. I think that's enough grifting for the night. Hope you guys have a good night. Sorry I can't play the music. We'll just have to do it tomorrow. I'll see you then. Peace. Peace. Wait, I pressed the wrong button. F.